Hello. Hello. What up? How is it going? Everybody, welcome to the stream. What up, what up, what up?
Stop talking to me!
20 months?
I'm going to save the game a lot because...
Thank you very much, Ren. Very much appreciate you. Feeling the 80s with this music? Which playlist is this? This is my vibes. This is my vibes playlist. Been a while since you've been able to catch me live. Well, it's been a while since I've been live because my life is turning into a fucking joke. And by turning into a joke, I mean, why does everything have to happen all at once? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's neither here nor there. I've been hard in the video editing mines trying to get this video done before the collapse of society, hopefully. Because, like, if we're all going to die in a giant ball of fire, might as well, like, have one more good video out there. You know what I mean? I've been hard. What can I say? I mean, it's been hard. I mean, fuck. I mean, it's been so flaccid. Like, insanely flaccid. Like, I should call a doctor about it. Don't be weird. Anyway, speaking of being weird, dude, this stream is... We've fallen off the rails. It's so true. We're so washed. I know. Jizz it up, everybody. Cheers. Here's to drinking a sparkling water at 3 p.m. 9 o'clock somewhere or whatever. Yeah, this has been a weird one. I don't know. I'm really trying to get this video done. I've made a lot of significant progress. And my hope and dreams is that all of this work I've been putting into this video is creating assets that I can reuse in the future for future videos. It'll make sense once you guys see it in full. It's like 50% of the video has been, well, maybe like probably like 25% of the video is me making assets that I can hopefully reuse in the future. And then the rest of it is putting everything into place and downloading / acquiring footage of things that's like really annoying to find sometimes. So I'm kind of hoping that in the future, I shouldn't be making videos that are like 50 minutes long. Why do I keep doing this to myself?
Thank you.
Typha Dragon Blitz Daily keeping me sane.
Well, thank you for the 420. Anybody out there? Oh shit, that's coming up soon. What should we do for 420? Every time I say a swear word, I have to hit the bong. And pray to Jesus? I don't know. Because it is going to be Easter. That's so true. Weed randomizer. We spin a wheel, and whatever strain of weed it lands on, we have to smoke it. Bro, we can't be mixing the stevia with the hemorrhoids, or what are the different strains? Weed roguelike. Bong hits till SotN gets scary to play. SotN won't be scary. Me being live with the unfiltered... You think I'm unhinged sober? If you think I get unhinged and start ranting about shit while I'm sober? Nah, dude. Imagine I'm like off the Benjamin. The issue is I won't actually say anything interesting. I'll go into my fucking mind prison and just be like fucking fighting demons inside my mind. You guys will just see my eyes glaze over while I'm just sitting there just going like... If I stop breathing like this, I'll forget how to breathe. That's what I'm saying! The Benjamin hits me hard! It's not normal. It's not okay. Alucard just running into the wall. It's not good. That's what I'm saying. It hits people differently. And the way it hits me is like a fucking freight truck. What can I say? Anyways, let's play some video games. We got, so here's what I'm thinking. I have more all bosses seeds that have been sent to me. However, I've been thinking, oops, check signal. I've been thinking, what if we try and mess around with the new settings that dropped for the randomizer website? Specifically, we can now customize Alucard's palette, which is fun. But the other thing that I want to work on is how can we integrate the new goals into different randomizer presets, and how can we use that in a way that elevates the randomizer experience? Because I'm trying to think about future tournament ideas with the randomizer, and I think all bosses is going to be a big part of that. So we'll see though. Kurushi, thank you very much for the tier 3, my dude.
What'd you think of Metroid Dread overall?
It was good. I liked it a lot. I honestly might revisit it again sometime soon. I don't know though. I've been thinking about Dread since I finished it, and I'm like, yeah, I can see why people want to speedrun this game. Like, it feels fun to play, and I imagine with like the skips and stuff, the speedrun is pretty exciting. So we'll see though. I don't know about all bosses. I hate Galamoth. Galamoth is the easiest boss in the game. Can you press one button? You just press a button and he dies. What? He literally can't. He doesn't do anything. He just stands there menacingly. I don't know. We need a tour where each race is a random preset. So what I'm thinking is, and I want to get you guys' opinion on this. I do think all bosses is very good for racing going forward because it can help even out some of the bullshit routing decisions, right? There's still going to be bullshit. There's going to be random library card drops or like finding the duplicator that your opponent didn't find or whatever. But I really feel like if we have to kill all the bosses, we have to go everywhere, which means you can't just win the game by skipping Grand Falloon or whatever. You know what I mean? There's still going to be bullshit, but I feel like it's going to be less volatile whilst keeping a lot of the routing. Because it's still going to come down to having good routing in the early game, because you don't have all the tools to kill all the bosses right away, right? You're going to be missing Bat, you're going to be missing Gravity Boots, so you have to route to find that stuff while killing bosses, while realizing, okay, I can't go to Caverns yet, so I have a bunch of Caverns bosses that I have to come back for. When's the best time to do that? Should I save my library card, go to the second castle, clear out the second? Like, there's routing decisions being made, but you don't get to just skip shit and win for free. It makes library cards even more important. That is true. However, that's just like a flaw built, like quote unquote flaw. That's just a design space that exists within SotN unless we remove library cards, which I don't think anybody wants that. Library cards are good for the game, even if they're maybe a little annoying. Worse for upsets. So, how do I say this in a way that doesn't sound super inflammatory, but just inflammatory enough? If your goal is to create a tournament that is prone to have upsets, you are trying to make a gladiatorial coliseum for Bloodsport. You are not trying to create anything of serious competition, which is fine if you want to create a gladiatorial Bloodsport extravaganza and advertise it as such. But as soon as you start getting on your high horse saying that you are the arbiter of fair and competitive competition, I'm going to call you out on your bullshit. I'm sorry. The Coliseum is in SotN, though. So true. I'm just saying there's less volatility. The thing is there still will be volatility, but it'll be done in ways that is more interesting, in my opinion. Because it's going to come down to routing decisions. It's going to come down to vibes. Like, I don't know. I had a decision that I had to make early on to find the next progression relic, And my options were either go to, I don't know, Clock Tower or go to Alrox's quarters. And I said, fuck it, I'm going Alrox's quarters. Even if it's not the technically correct play, just something about, I've seen seeds like this before. It feels like Alrox quarters might work out. And so those routing decisions are still going to happen. It's just they won't happen in a way where it's like, I don't know. I know there's like 12 relic checks in the caverns, but I'm just going to skip it and win anyways. Because it's like, yeah, you could choose to skip caverns now, but motherfucker, Succubus is waiting for you. Scylla's waiting for your ass. You got to go down there eventually. Question for the developers. Is it possible to create other types of library cards? Theoretically, I think that is possible, but I don't think you could have them at the same time as library cards. Like, you'd have to replace them, I think would make sense to me. But again, I'm not the expert in this, but in my mind, it would make sense that you could edit the location of the library card and change its name. We have precedent of all of that stuff happening. So yeah, like the reverse library card exists, so. Oh, that is true. You could, but that is one item with two different functions. Could you create multiple items that don't exist in the game? You'd have to replace other items that exist in the game. I guess you could replace random food items. Right? Like, you can't add new items to the game without replacing old ones. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. There was a whole preset idea with teleport items to different zones with red doors disabled. Did that never come to fruition? I've never played that. We just don't see the point. I don't know. Anyways. What happened to it? You guys just... I don't see lost keys here. Am I stupid? Yeah, it's not here. Anyways, back to what I'm trying to talk about with the... I'm trying to think about the logistics of running a tournament, because I'll probably... I mean, more changes will happen between now and me actually running a tournament, and I'm not booting up another fucking tournament right after this one finishes. I'm giving people... If somebody else wants to run one, that's on them. I would like for people to have a break, ideally, and I don't want to just like subsume everybody's conscious thought and time right after a tournament finishes, right? I'm trying to be somewhat what's the word? Considerate? Is that a thing? Are we allowed to do that in this time and era? Thank you, Jay Phillips. I appreciate that. Subsume me from Spellbound, brother. I'm sorry. I tried so hard to warn you guys. They crucified me for speaking the truth. They tried to give me the Hemlock solution because I tried to open your minds. It's in the preset archive as a challenge preset. Well, maybe I should try that out. That sounds at least interesting. Anyways. How long has this tournament been going on, by the way? Like, are we here yet? Hold on. I'm sorry. 80 days? So are we here yet? Like, do I just keep... I should just start posting this in the fucking randomizer Discord every day when people start complaining about it. What was the suggestion? I really haven't suggested anything. I was just saying I want to try Lost Keys because I haven't played it. And it sounds at least interesting. Yeah. Started in the beginning of March. Wait, that's not 80 days. What the hell? If it started in the... Are you talking about the bracket started in March? Or did prelims start in March? Qualifier started in March. Well, that's not 80 days then. Yeah, that's actually not that bad. When's Map Random coming out? Who knows? Every SotN tournament is 1,000 years. That's just not true. If you limit the amount of players and you limit the time frame of doing stuff, you can get it done in like, 2 months, which this tournament seems to be on track for. So I'll save my Fell For It Again award for a little while longer. I mean, I could still give you guys the award for playing Spellbound in the first place, but that's neither here nor there. What up? All right. So the idea for today's stream is I want to find out, what do you guys think is a good combination of presets that would fit well with the all bosses and all relics? Because I've already started to try and think of some stuff. Obviously Spellbound, because it's the number one. Everybody loves. I see people racing Spellbound all the time. Everybody must love it. So we obviously need to keep playing it. But I'm also thinking about other stuff. Aperture opens several shortcuts, all teleports, but changes the layout in many rooms. I don't know. I feel like Aperture maybe won't be the best for. Maybe it could be fine. I'm trying to stay a little bit away from some of the more heavily modified stuff because we're already adding a new element to racing, which is the all bosses, all relic stuff, because this is already going to change people's brains a lot. Warlock's not bad. I don't think Warlock's bad. My main issue with Warlock is it is unfortunately just not that fun. It's fine, but it's like the difference between playing Warlock and playing like, I don't know, like Safe Logic to me is like, it's like when you it's the difference between like Coke Zero and Diet Coke, which is like, yeah, they're technically different and you can have a preference, but like at the end of the day, I'm just ingesting fake sugar. You know what I mean? And then you got Lycanthrope, which is like a fucking delicious farm-to-table crafted beverage. Someone generated 166 casual seeds in one day from the website. What does that mean? I was thinking casual with the all bosses and removing item stat rando was going to be the first one I wanted to try. Right? Because now it's like, because that's my idea is such that if we take away the complexity stuff but require all bosses, does that help even out some of the bullshit from not having complexity where you just kind of guess correctly and win? Or does it make it worse is kind of the idea. I don't know. So I feel like casual is worth testing. Lycanthrope I think would be great just in general because Lycanthrope's fun. And if you're forced to fight all the bosses as well, that's great. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm also going to say for now, all bosses and all relics is on the table, but I like it a little bit less than just all bosses as the win condition. But I'm open to hearing cases for all bosses and all relics. And also we have all relics as well, right? So it's like all relics in a weird way is the same as all bosses, but also requires that you don't skip certain relics, except in presets where there are relics missing. So think of stuff like Lycanthrope, all of the wolf relics are missing. So if you skip those locations that are just blank, then you do win. I don't know. This is like weird to think about. I think for now, I'm just going to try a few things. And obviously, having one random seed is not a great data point, but long story short, I just want to put this out there now. I am thinking about How do all of these new tools... The casual tournament we did have made people go crazy? Which one? Well, how long ago was that? I don't even remember. This must have been like 3 years ago, 4 years ago at this point, you know? Who's typing exclamation mark commands like we're gonna play Chaos? We haven't done that shit in a while. Let's start here. Let's start casual all bosses and see how it goes. I'm turning off item stats because I fucking hate that shit. I don't think anything else really matters. I don't know. Anyways, do we have any seed names? We have literally 0 reward queues. Oh, because I paused it, right? There we go. The command list of where to find the Rando page. You can just type exclamation mark Rando. I got you. So this is what I got for now. We'll see how it goes. We're just gonna try different things with the... I'm trying to think about all bosses, all relics. Maybe all bosses, all relics is the compromise for faster presets, like maybe Nimble Light. We require all bosses, all relics. Because Nimble Light, you can do stuff very fast. I don't know.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, Lord, he's coming. He's coming. What do I do? Help! Help!
The other thing is, thank you, Max Aim. I appreciate that Prime sub. Primers rise up. How do we, all bosses, all relics wouldn't feel like a randomizer? You're just wrong. You're just wrong. What? Would you say that about Super Metroid Map Rando? Dude, it's not fair. They have to kill Ridley every time. It's not a randomizer. What? We have to collect the Vlad relics every time. Oh, dude, you have to collect the Vlad relics. It's like basically the same thing every time. What? It would boil down to the same efficient route in the end? No. Brother, okay, what's the route to get holy glasses in the randomizer that you do every time? Oh, what is that? It depends? It depends on where the relics are randomized throughout the game? That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy, man. When do you go back to grab Soul of Bat? Oh, it depends on where you find Mist? Damn, that's wild. Hold up. You're telling me it's going to be different every time? Think about it for 2 seconds. In the end means second castle? Yes, and that's a good thing, motherfucker. That's a good thing. The second castle is the worst part of randomizer. Yes. Having a same cookie cutter second castle route is a good thing. Also, if we allow for things like reverse library cards, that gives you a different risk reward of when to use your library card. You're not thinking on the levels that I am. I've thought about this shit, man. It's gonna be fine. You still have risk reward about when to use library cards. When the fuck are you going back to the first castle? Because what if, hear me out, what if Jewel of Open is in the fucking second castle? Do you clear all the bosses in the second castle? What if your relics aren't very good? So maybe it's better to go back to the first castle to find Soul of Bat or some shit, and then you do all bosses in the second castle. There is going to be an insane amount of depth in here. Just because you're forcing all of the bosses doesn't necessarily mean it's going to play out the same every time. Even all bosses, all relics isn't going to be the same every time, because there is still going to be risk reward about when to go back to the first castle. When do you decide to go check fucking mermaid statue or whatever? You know what I mean? When do you use your library cards? These are all questions that all require. Anyways. I'm tilted. You guys don't know what tilted is. Oh no, streamer is showing energy because he's trying to be entertaining? My job. What do you want from me? Never mind. Actually, I believe your calculations on why you think that it might be not feeling like a randomizer are incorrect, and here's why. Here, I've made a PowerPoint to try and explain to you. No, fuck that shit. That's nerd shit. Anyways, I see what you're saying though. I am obviously going way over the top, but you're not wrong that it will make the randomizer feel different than it currently does. And if for that to you feels like, it doesn't feel like the randomizer anymore, that's a good thing, in my opinion. Because I don't want it to feel like the randomizer anymore. Because I'm going to keep it 2,000% serious. I think the current randomizer meta is very cooked and not very fun. I think it's cooked. I don't think it's very good right now.
Tribute. You
Rodent
steal
Flesh.
men's souls.
What up, what
and
up?
Make them your slaves.
Should I try making the all bosses preset without the OG checks and just force bat first castle? Well, that's the thing is, like, does all bosses need to be its own preset? It's kind of like where I'm at if it's just a thing that you can check onto any other preset. Because right now it's basically what? Guarded OG? Oh, sorry. It's guarded OG with the all bosses goal, and that's it. Am I correct in saying that? Or is there something else different about it that I'm keeping it raw? I'm always keeping it raw. 2,000 million %. Maybe I'm wrong, though. In the SM Rando, there are objectives like Metroid rooms. Do you think something like that could be applied to SotN, like Blue Axe Lords or something? Well, that already kind of... So that was kind of... Bounty Hunter kind of tried to do that, in a way. And we all know how that worked out for us. Maybe in the future, yeah, I don't know. I don't think SotN is... It's not the same game, so trying to apply it one-to-one doesn't, like, doesn't fit one-to-one in my mind, but maybe it could work. Because it's like, all bosses is the closest we have to that, because we don't have many bosses. We don't have a lot of, like, permanent changes to the game outside of bosses. So, what up, press start? Anyways, enough discussion here. Do I have a seed name yet? We do. I was
The
honestly
reason
just...
to make all bosses as a preset goals in all bosses is flight plus HG, not 5 Vlads. The option does not remove the Vlad's requirement according to logic.
Okay, that was... thank you for reminding me. I did forget about how this will affect the logic. Because the logic still expects you to find Holy Glasses as your last thing. Or sorry, Vlad Relic is your last thing. So...
Stop talking to me! Oh god, it's fine.
Severed Brain? Just like me.
The game a lot because stop talking to me.
You're basically watching somebody with a severed brain at this point. Anyways, we'll keep thinking about it. This is good discussion. This is good thought-provoking discussion. Because in my mind, again, I just feel like the randomizer is a little stale. I feel like the issue of the second castle Gamba has been a looming threat that has... It's kind of like... Never mind. I was going to say neoliberal policies, but never mind. We don't need to get to that discussion. Where it's like, at first, you're like, oh, this shit is great. Wow, you're telling me that we're... And then over time, you're like, wait a minute. People can exploit the system in a way that, like, feels really shitty. Oh, there goes another Twitch VOD. Yeah. I'm just saying it's a little rough, is all I'm saying. The second castle Gamba... It made sense when we were kind of in a Cold War handshake agreement that these are the best routes in Second Castle, and we will not let the idea of gambling divide us. And then over time, people are like, well, what if I just do a non-meta route and hope for the best? So... I think I'm going to make some sample seeds with randomized progression item 1 and force Castle 1 bat. If you do make that, like right now, and want to send it to me, I'm down to play one. Because I do want to think about how all bosses changes the logic. If that's the win condition, right? Because then win condition is glasses equals win. Glasses plus flight. So it's, yeah. That's not true, because you need a transformation in logic for Would that... No, because then if you force Bat Castle 1, then yeah. Yeah, that you could never be stuck behind a transformation to fight Akmadon or whatever. Okay. That was the only other thing, because there are no bosses that are locked behind anything in the second castle outside of transformation for Akmadon. Gambling ruins everything. The issue is gambling ruins everything, but it's also the thing that makes everything exciting and fun. So it's the it's a catch-22, because you need for it to be new and exciting and replayable and variable, but you also need it to not suck ass to put your time and effort into. Because ultimately, if your time and effort doesn't get rewarded, I feel like it's overall going to be bad in the long term, but it also needs to be variable enough. And to be fair, I have a pretty different stance than a lot of other people, where I'm a little bit more absolutist on the idea of allowing skill expression, memes aside, to be the determining factor most of the time. However, I know not everybody is down for that to be the vision. So we have one end of the spectrum. We have people who are like, oh, let's make a preset where every 20 seconds, a karma coin spawns out of you, and depending on where your evil RNG is at the time, it'll determine which relic you get, and also how many level ups you get, and also which items spawn. And it's like, damn, dude, I got the fucking wrong coin flip. Anyways, that's the new tournament preset. You're going to be playing this nonstop for the next 6 months. Have fun. Oh, what if you don't want to race this preset and you're not interested in it at all? It doesn't matter, because everyone's preparing for the tournament, so you have no other choice to either not race at all or play the bullshit that all these people want to play until they're tired of it and they're like, please, can we race literally anything else? I know I have the fucking tournament match for my house and my life savings on the line tomorrow, but I'd rather play literally anything else. Literally, last round of the tournament was decided by a library card in the prologue. Wait, what? It's like somebody didn't get the library card from prologue, like they just didn't get the 41 hearts or whatever, but the other person did? That's strange. I mean, that sucks, but also low-key kind of a skill issue, because that's like a free item that everybody should have, but that's just me. Damn, that's rough. Failed to throw. That does happen, though. Low-key a skill issue, but also like the dumb... I will agree, that's like the dumbest skill issue, for sure. And also, that is one of those things that sucks when a match gets determined so early. Because you want matches to be close until the end, obviously. That's ideal, because that's how you increase intrigue over the course of it, right? I imagine in a match like that, you're like, oh, well, I guess it all comes down to whether or not this library card is impactful, I guess. I don't know. And, like, that's not as fun of a storyline to follow, I feel like, if you're just watching, but... Which is the other thing where it's like... I don't know, man. Force people to like bingo. Well, that's the thing is, like, I think bingo is good at some things, but fails to convert in others because it's too complicated. If there was a way to simplify bingo where it's part of the randomizer, that like we were talking about with randomized objectives, if we could have a SotN preset that randomizes objectives that's outside of the that doesn't require going to a different client, opening up a bingo board, you know, looking at each other and being like, did I click the square first? Let's go back and watch the tape. There's too much friction that's outside of the game for bingo to, because it requires a lot of like meta outside of the game stuff, which I think is cool, but also can be very annoying. And that barrier to entry where it's like, this is cool to watch, but I don't understand from a perspective how I could play it. I think that adds too much friction. Yeah, and group races were very tough. That's true. Bingo is a format that is at its best when it's 1v1, but group racing is a very big thing for SotN, and always has been. And just all communities, really. So, it's tough. pull an Aria and have cards in the description tell you the objective for winning? Yeah, kind of. You know what I mean? But that's the thing is we already kind of did that with Spellbound. But the issue is Spellbound also was tied to like random drops, which made it like worse in a way. But yeah, something like that, Project Omega. If we could have the bingo stuff be integrated into the randomizer itself, that would be best case scenario, for sure. That doesn't require third party anything. That is my takeaway from bingo and how to make it like actually a big thing, because I don't think the issue was the objectives themselves. Granted, we could have come up with better objectives over time if we really put our thought and ass behind it. But, you know. But yeah. We'll get there one day. So, right now, we are in the beginning stages of trying to figure out how the heck do we make this all bosses thing work. So this is the new randomizer update. We can now choose our win condition, our goals. Right now, I'm just playing a casual seed with all bosses enabled to test it out to see how it goes. I guess we can do a little prediction on, I don't know. Can I beat this in under an hour? Yes, no? Let me know in the comments below. What are you gambling? But yeah, the idea is I'm trying to think of new ideas for like future tournament ideas, future just like ways to get people involved in racing that isn't the current meta, right? Shake some things up. So let's try it out. Let's try out some all bosses. We've already been doing some all bosses as its own preset. So this is kind of like adding the all bosses on top of another preset. Casual being probably the most like standard. It's just a randomizer that shuffles around everything, really, in a way where the logic makes sense. Like you're not going to get stuck behind anything. There's also a win condition that requires all bosses and all relics at the same time. That could be a way to also spice some things up, make you play more of the game. Because in my mind, I want to change the way people think about routing, where skipping a boss is no longer like viable, obviously, because you need to kill all the bosses. However, you still have the idea of like, I'm going to skip this boss for now because it's not fast to do it now, but it could be faster later. That sort of thing. You know what I mean? Map Rando races. That is the other thing, is Map Rando is still being worked on, still being developed, and obviously that will change a lot. Because like right now, the current the current Allblung, Skull, Shield, Potion, Javelin. Okay. The current I can't finish what I'm saying. Super Metroid, thank you, Jesus Christ. The current Super Metroid randomizer tournament is ongoing, and the way they have it is it's a map rando, but also they have different presets and different objectives.
Okay,
So.
if we force bat in C1, a lot of chains will end on you.
Yeah, that's what I figured, right? Because that is the other issue, is that we're not allowing enough complexity, which is kind of why I'm like, oh, casual, we'll just have 0 complexity, right? How low would we have to make the complexity for it to make sense then? I wondered. I don't know. Either way. Does that make sense to me? If you don't force Jewel of Open in the first castle, it's going to cause problems. We also have the added issue of... we just don't have the logic all set up and written out and stuff yet, right? For all the different possibilities. Also, Tooth of Vlad is huge for us. It's actually one of the few Vlad relics that's worth picking up. So... I think the issue with... so there are certain things that I think we can learn from the Super Metroid randomizer community, because Symphony of the Night in and of itself is also a, you know, similar genre. The issue is that Super Metroid handles its progression differently because every door in Super Metroid can have a different requirement for it to be opened, right? Where in Symphony of the Night, we just have open doors for everything. So, like, that limits us in a lot of ways. Our progression items are varied in how powerful they are. Like, for example, Soul of Bat is, like, insanely powerful. If you find Soul of Bat, that, like, makes a lot of other progression items fully obsoleted, so. Anyways, thank you for the 50 months, by the way, Ratboo. Sorry for delaying that, but I appreciate it. Jesus, we're all getting old. Oh. One thing we can learn from the SM community is to love each other and to be kind. Don't they, like... Now, don't... I could be wrong here. Aren't they constantly calling each other a bunch of single-celled organism, small brain, cheaters? They are, but they mean it lovingly? Gotcha. Understood. Understood. Oats and Goats chat is so toxic. What do you mean Oats and Goats chat is so toxic? If I did an audit of this chat room versus Oats and Goats chat room, it'd be like a circle. The Venn diagram would be a circle. I see you motherfuckers chatting in there. Dude, Oats' chat is so toxic. Meanwhile, I'm in there saying like...
That's a snipe. Yep, that's another snipe.
Exactly! That's what I'm saying! Don't act like you guys don't know. It's the social contract that you guys engage with. It all started when... This is why their race community and culture is a little bit different as well, but... To be fair, I think it's fine to have a bit of, like, a safe space for, like, jokingly toxic behavior, but not in a way that's, like, actually serious, you know what I mean? First time here literally came from Oats' stream. That's what I'm talking about, dude! It's a fucking the Venn diagram's a circle. But also, I think it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Also, what's up, Tommy? Send you 2 seeds of the things we discussed. We'll see. I'll check it out after this, yeah. Because I do think there's something here with the all bosses requirement. Hello? I thought I was playing Spellbound for a second. My freaking Summon Spirit wasn't coming out. That's another thing, now that I think about it, is like... I don't know. Super Metroid and Symphony of the Night are very different because in Super Metroid, you can be as good as you want in the game. Like, you can literally be a god at Super Metroid. You are still incredibly limited by the items that you find. Like, if you don't find enough super missiles, like, you're not killing Ridley. It doesn't matter, right? If you don't find Charge Beam, you're not killing Ridley. But in this game, you can kind of kill all the bosses with, like, the bare minimum. It's not going to be fun, but you could do it. So, like, there's not enough, like, hard-gated bosses. There's not enough hard-gated, like, locations. There's not enough ways of making you hard in this game, is what I'm saying. We need more ways of making it hard. Rock hard. Aurochs can be a pain, yes, but still, like I'm saying, it's not impossible, right? If you drop me and Oats and Goats at the same time to fight Ridley right here, right now, however, we don't have enough ammo, and we don't have Charge Beam, neither of us is killing Ridley. It's literally impossible. Now, you drop me and Oats and Goats in a fight with Aurochs at level 1, we could, theoretically, kill Aurochs. It'd be insanely difficult and very annoying with no equipment and no, like, items or whatever, but it's theoretically possible. Yo, Tabazi, what's going on? And I think that means that the logic, because I'm talking about this from a logic perspective, I guess I should have brought this up earlier. Because the logic in Symphony of the Night is very, all of the fun stuff opens up logic too quickly. So, have we done team bingos? No, but we have done co-op randos before, a long time ago. The Symphony of the Night tracker has co-op technology built into it. It is a little finicky to get working, but you can get it working. And we've done co-op races before, like a long time ago. And they're fun. If you drop TV notes at the same time, who falls fastest? I think Newton figured that one out. It was the bowling ball, right? How do you handle co-op races? You share relics and you just split up and search for clues, like your goddamn Scooby-Doo. You go left, I go right type shit. You know what I mean? Dude, I'm getting fucked by books again, man. What the a fucking plant? Oh no! I'm gonna die to weed again. We've done relay races before. One of the biggest Symphony of the Night races of all time was pre-randomizer, where we just did a big relay of all of the different categories with all the different characters. It was a lot of fun.
I'm interested in.
Leapstone's an interesting one. Library card for 200, that's huge. We probably just invest our money in the library card market. What's the worst that'll happen? What's this? I'm hearing 2,000% tariffs from Dracula himself on all things in the library. Damn. Well,
Thank you.
they're all worthless now. Is there anything else worth buying though? I kind of want a weapon. I really don't want it to be Hallbeam Dagger, but I think it's going to have to be Hallbeam Dagger. Nah, I think I might save my money.
Farewell for now.
Healing Mail, unironically. I just need the defense. We'll go from there. I don't mean to diss you, but I could totally beat your speedrun times if I had cheats enabled, no lie. Funny enough, I don't think you could. Unironically, I don't think you could. I'm calling cap. What cheat codes you gonna use? Depends on the cheats. That's what I'm saying. Like, do they have the technical know-how to find the cheats that would allow them to beat my world records? Is kind of the question. And I'm not meaning this to diss you, obviously. We're having a little back and forth. We're having fun here. It's more so you bring up an interesting question of, like, what kind of cheats would you need to beat the world record? I'm going to go Coliseum. Kill boss with X condition makes all bosses a bit more gated, I guess. Yes, but then we would have to modify the logic in a way where those items, like using a dagger or whatever, is then gated by the logic somehow, which we've already done with thrust swords, I guess, so it's not impossible. Video splicing? Oh shit, wait. He said cheat codes. They said cheat codes, not cheating. If you're just allowed to use splicing, then yeah, sure, you can, easy. 99, all relics, all warps open. Even then, I don't know. Because it's like, you would still need to get to the end of the game fast. Now, could any speedrunner beat my stuff that way? Sure, yeah. Also, you'd have to play on the PlayStation version, which is just slower, which is another aspect. Put all items in your inventory. Again, like that, you still have to get to the end of the game in 15 minutes. And unless you have speedrunning skill, even with all the items and all the relics, I think you might struggle to get to the end and kill Dracula with every item in the game in 15 minutes, right? That's what I'm saying. The movement would be the biggest barrier. That's what I'm trying to say as well. Yeah. Yo, how's it going, Alice? I don't know what cheat codes exist, but my money's on me. Honestly, I respect that, Fenrir. I respect that. You could definitely do it. I'm just saying, like, in this, like, made-up scenario, you would have to have the know-how and at least the skills to, like, make it work, so. With casual preset, it just means that there's essentially no logic outside of, like, there's no complexity is what I mean to say. Oh, I should turn on fast warps. Surely I could do it with cheats. That's actually, I've been thinking about runs that use cheats as like a YouTube video idea. Because there are speedruns that allow like mods and stuff for like speedrun purposes.
Is it possible to start out transformed as Bat and you have to find the Bat relic to change back then do all bosses?
Is it possible? I don't know. I would hope by now you guys realize that I'm dumb as shit and don't know anything about this game in the grand scheme of things compared to how knowledgeable like the actual modders are. So I don't know. Thank you, Fender, by the way, for the Prime. Prime subs rise up. Remember to use them before they expire or whatever. Use them on cooldown. It's free money from the government or whatever. Ooh, that's a good idea. How expensive is one of those suits with all the question marks on it, where I can convince you guys to get free money from the government, but it's free money from Jeff Bezos by using your Prime sub? That'd be a good ad to run while I use the bathroom and stuff. Dude, I can't use Summon Spirit today. What the hell? The Riddler. There we go. Get me out of here, man. But yeah, how many speedrun categories are you guys aware of that like literally allow cheats? Like a lot of PC games will allow mods that like stabilize the game. Like Fallout New Vegas, I'm pretty sure they all allow like a stabilization mod so the game stops crashing all the time.
Stop talking to me!
Oh god, it's fine. Orky Corky? Is that how I say that?
Stop talking to me!
Whoa! Whoa! Dude, we barely made it. Huge transformation. It's huge for us. Cheats directly, none. Spyro has a cheat percent because there's cheat codes in the game that let you unlock the final world. And there's also Vortex, which has you go through every like end level vortex. And the Spyro community, they just love Vortex. And those require cheat codes. I'm trying to think if there's more like using like a Tony Hawk big head mode fucking cheat code, you know what I mean? Like, is that a thing in other speedrunning communities? That's one of those things I need to do research on. Half-Life has a scripting category. Interesting. Okay. In a way, every tool-assisted speedrun is cheating. Yes, yes. I'm also sad Spyro 3 doesn't have glitchless, like as a speedrun category. I don't think the Spyro community generally has glitchless as a well-ran speedrun category. Theoretically, you could be the change you want to see in the world or whatever by starting a glitchless category or something, but Doom Eternal or 2016, I don't remember, uses cheats. That's good to know. I'm probably going to bring this up again in the Discord at some point once I start doing actual research for the video. So, could a code like Big Titty Optimus Prime? That's what I'm saying, you know? Or like maybe speedruns that allow like cosmetic mods. That'd be funny. Are there any speedrun communities that are like, yeah, you're allowed to install the Big Titty mod. That's fine. We don't care. I'm sure they're out there. Banjo-Tooie has a category called Cheeto percent. Okay, okay. Isn't luck mode technically a cheat? Yes, maybe. GT code is a debug code. So Super Metroid in a way kind of allows cheats for that category. But what is cheating? That's what I'm saying. So that question right there is at the heart of the idea, and that's why I think it would make for an interesting video. Because then you get to discuss the idea of, like, what actually is cheating in the context of speedrunning. Elden Ring speedruns? When do they cheat in an Elden Ring speedrun? Wait, what? Yes, agreed upon rule... You guys are missing the point. Some of you might be missing the point. The point is what many people would consider like, oh, you are cheating. As to, like, it all comes down to what the community decides is cool or fair or whatever. That's the whole point. That's what speedrunning is. Spoiler alert, the idea of making a video essay is to provide some sort of perspective or point of view for the audience to engage with. Yes, I'm aware that calling everything like cheated or whatever isn't like 100% accurate, but that's the point. It's to draw in intrigue and have a unique point of view. Anyways. Glasses? I can't go to the second castle without my glasses. My boyfriend taught me how to cheat at card games today. Oh, fun. What kind of cheating? Just like lying about what the cards do? Oh, how to shuffle to keep what you need on top. Oh. Yeah, that's a lot trickier. I am aware that people stack shit all the time in card games, and that shit's like pretty devious if you're good at it. Because not only can you do it for yourself, you can do it for your opponent. Because most like official card game tournaments allows your opponent to get like the final cut or whatever of the deck to prevent you from stacking your deck. However, that means your opponent could then stack like all of the bullshit cards at the top of your deck. It's a fun smiley face. And another reason why taking card game tournaments seriously is like kind of stupid, but I understand why people do it. You thought he meant Magic the Gathering? Turns out he meant like magic tricks and shit. That's funny. Edison format stream when? Never. Unless I like, because there's no way for me to stream it. Outside of playing on fucking Dueling Book, which is like, no. I'm sorry. I'm not streaming Dueling Book gameplay on twitch.television. Absolutely not. If you know what Dueling Book is, you're already cooked. I should have save split this. Fuck, I should have save split this. I'll do the bad save split, it's fine. I would watch Dueling Book gameplay and play against you. At that point, I'd rather just like do a Patreon stream at that point. I don't think it'd be worth streaming on the main channel is what I mean by it. Save split, save split, save split. A friend of mine keeps pestering me to try Yu-Gi-Oh! I would say if they are trying to get you to play the current advanced format, like the stuff that they're currently printing cards for and updating sets for, I would say no. If they're interested in playing a retro format, sure, whatever. I think that's fine. And if you play the advanced format, I don't think it's worth getting into. But if you already play advanced format, then like, sure, whatever. Like, more power to you. Are frames dropping? I have 0 frame drops on my end, so it might be Twitch, potentially, or it might be on your end. I don't know. What's my favorite song from the SotN soundtrack? It's usually Crystal Teardrop is like my go-to, but Wandering Ghost is really good. I do like Tragic Prince, but I think it's a little too... I don't know. I wish Magic had Ash Blossom. Doesn't Magic have Force of Will, which is just Ash Blossom but on crack? What the fuck is this? Nah. Lost Painting is good. It's just not my favorite. It belongs in like A tier, in my opinion. But I feel like the main motif of Lost Painting is better than the actual song. Because when you take in the song as a whole, parts of it just are very not interesting. But you're just thinking of like the main motif most of the time when you think of Lost Painting, which is like the good part. Fuck Ash Blossom? Okay, as somebody who does not play modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, Ash Blossom is the only thing keeping that game together. I'm sorry. I'm very ambivalent to what Yu-Gi-Oh! Has become. But even I am aware that if you do not have hand traps, you just want to play FTK Turbo. You just want to play I Win the Game, the video game. I'm going to come back once I have the means to check Grand Flame. And we have Mist Wolf Rising, which is bad, but still doable. Entrance is good. Yeah, Entrance is another good one, as far as songs goes. It's just annoying when every deck needs a specific card to be viable. I'm sorry, but that's card games. Do you want a card game without a meta? What? That's just how you have to use good cards in your deck if you want them to be viable, yes. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your point. It's very possible. It's boring when everyone is spamming Ash Blossom and Maxi. First of all, Maxi is not in the card game. Maxi exists in Master Duel and in the OCG. Maxi is banned, yes. If you're talking about in Master Duel, then like I don't know what to tell you. Master Duel is very bad. Second of all, Ash Blossom and hand traps are a way to interact with your opponent on their turn such that they don't just win the game. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in a state where if you do not have a means of interacting with your opponent on their turn 0, you will lose 100% of the time. Because every deck has a nuclear bomb button unless you have the counter nuke in your hand. Is it a good system? No, I don't like fucking advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! Format. So I don't think it's a good system. However, it is the system that exists for a reason. The game is lame and too fast. I agree with that aspect, but it's not Ash Blossom's fault. Ash Blossom is not the problem. Ash Blossom, unironically, is like the fucking... Oh, dude. Oh, fuck me! It's Merman Statue? Really? Before Pendulum, the game was fun as fuck. Yes, but if you revisited those formats with a modern understanding of how Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards work, it would not be as fun. Look, I'm somebody who, unfortunately, really likes Yu-Gi-Oh! But also hates Yu-Gi-Oh! So I know too much about this shit while also only liking a very small sliver of it. Ash Blossom is a band-aid on a gunshot wound? No, Ash Blossom is a adrenaline shot to somebody who just got shot by a gun. Because it's you're going to stay conscious and you're going to be able to like function but you're still bleeding out.
What can I do for you?
I'm interested in.
Like,
I'm interested in this.
I forgot I had library cards out the wazoo. Which means actually Allrox or Grand Flint is also an option. My brain isn't good at brain-elating right now. Fucking, I guess Holy Rod, whatever.
I'm interested in this.
farewell for now.
What do I main in Edison? It depends. Right now I'm on a hybrid Blackwing list. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always had quote-unquote necessary cards. I'm sorry. If you're not playing 3 Pot of Greed in your fucking 2001 deck, your deck sucks. Sorry. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bad. I'm sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bad, but it's also peak at the same time, but it's also really bad. This is a conversation that's like not at all news. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been bad, and it's also always been peak at the same time. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like 50% staple cards. That's not true! It's not! In a way it is, but it depends on the meta. The meta is constantly changing in a way where, like, those staple cards rotate. That's, like, yes. They rotate because of the meta themselves and what decks are doing well. Again, I know too much about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I also don't like it. I'm on you guys' side, but you guys are right for the wrong reasons, unfortunately. We're on the same side, but you... Anyways. Fuck me. I'm gonna check Grand Flune first. This whole thing is a fucking shit show. Realistically, I should... Here's an idea. I'm gonna grab this. I might try and do Spike Breaker early. Well, now I'm 100% just doing Spike Breaker early. Never mind. We're good. That solves that problem. Because I wanted to check Spike Breaker before leaving. But now I can definitely do it with infinite shit. Let's design a new card game. This is why I don't like talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because unfortunately I know too much, but I also don't like the game, but also I like Edison, which is very fun. But also Edison is also kind of bullshit sometimes, but that's fine. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bullshit. But like, that's okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bullshit and stupid and not fun sometimes, but it's also kind of peak sometimes. And that's okay. I can't even use my mana prisms for anything. Dude, what do you mean block a knife?
Cooked. I feel they did irreparable harm to it.
It was always cooked. My thesis is Yu-Gi-Oh! Was always bad. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was never good. However, we convinced ourselves it was good because we didn't know any better. Because we were slamming down commons that we got in card packs, bought out of the grocery store, on like the fucking sidewalk pavement. And that, unfortunately, is not Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a game that never existed. Because while we were slamming shit onto the fucking sidewalk pavement, the people who had disposable income, aka adults, were buying out all of the Pot of Greeds, all the Graceful Charities, all of the Dark Holes, all the Raigekis. They were building a deck with 40 cards that were insane and all cost like fucking $50 plus. So our childhood asses couldn't afford it. We were summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the structure deck without tribute summoning because we didn't know the rules. That game doesn't exist. It's just nostalgia. It is pure nostalgia for a game that never existed. What the fuck is Soul of Bat doing here? Explain yourself. What the fuck? Dude, casual... This might be bad, actually. I've changed my mind. Casual is probably not the vibe. Yeah, we're getting casualed really hard right now. However, I can actually switch to this. From a design perspective, a game where every deck has its own unique resource system is kind of sick concept. It is until you have to, well, I don't know. Yes and okay. Anyways. It's still fun, goddammit. It is fun. I agree. If you play in a way that is fun. If, for example, if you have a custom format that you and your friends all agree that we're playing these like low-powered decks and we're not putting in like a lot of other bullshit, and we all agree on it and we're all having fun with it, that's fine. That'd be impossible to balance. That's the thing, is it doesn't have to be balanced if it's fun. Let me see if I can buy like a throwing star or something. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! My whole life. I've never followed the rules. You're doing it the right way, Olivia.
What can I do for you?
I'm interested in this.
Do I have anything that I can throw? We ain't got shit to throw? Javelins, I guess? Oh, cross shurikens are right here. I'm blind.
Farewell for now.
I have to do all bosses. This sucks. We did kill Lesser Demon. We haven't killed Minotaur Werewolf yet. We haven't killed a lot of bosses yet, actually. But here's the thing, is we can beat the game with this setup, so we don't do relic checks anymore. We just do bosses. Which actually means as soon as I found Soul of Bat, I should have left. Oh, yeah, actually, hold on. Either way. Let's kill Karasamon, Hippogriff. I guess I would like to have Gravity Boots, but that's about it. I killed this guy! This is what I get for talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! This is hard punished. Yeah, how's it going, lady? Let's go Aurochs. I'm not saying you can't have fun with Yu-Gi-Oh! I have fun with Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time because I play a format that I like with people that I like to be around for the most part. Is Yu-Gi-Oh! Fun? I would argue Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be fun, but in general, it is a game that is designed around taking the fun away from your opponent at the top level. The way you win in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is make your opponent not be able to play. That is every format. Every format is, let me find the most broken, degenerate shit that means my opponent cannot play the game. And there's very few formats that allow both players to play the game the entire time. But if you find a format that you like, whether it's a custom format that you made up for your friends, or like drafting, or making a cube, or whatever, then yeah, you could have fun with it. For sure. Or if you just don't take it seriously and you just like to play with shiny cardboard or something. Like, if that is your goal for having fun, is to just throw shiny cardboard on a table and not care about, like, the outcome, then you will also have fun. But if you want to have, like, an interactive gameplay where your game plan goes up against your opponent's game plan in a unique and interesting way, that can happen, even at the highest level, but it's rare. It's very rare. The issue with custom formats is that no one can agree on good custom formats in Yu-Gi-Oh! The closest we have is, I think, Domain, which is just Commander, but for Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's, like, catching on a little bit, but it's, like, the other issue at the end of the day, because this is something we can all agree on, is it's kind of Konami's fault. Because Konami doesn't, like, create or support or, like, engage with other formats really at all. Unless it's some way for them to essentially be like, well, we know a lot of players don't like our modern game. They like the old cards. We're going to reprint a bunch of the old cards in like the super shiny mega 25th anniversary that we've been doing for the last 4 years rarity to try and suckle up some of the extra money in these like retro communities because they're not buying the new cards anyways. So that's the closest we get to like Konami engaging with like other formats. I'm gonna. I want to keep checking because I might find gravity boots. I think it's worth it because if we find gravity boots, that's like a multiple minute time save. And again, like if you have a friend that like just plays the game in their own way and like enjoys collecting the cards and like putting together cards in decks that aren't very powerful or whatever, again, it's fine. I'm not gonna take that away from you. But I'm gonna check this for gravity boots. It doesn't mean that like the actual game is good. You have to create a game inside of the game that is good. In order to have fun with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is my synopsis of why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is bad is because you have to create a game inside of the game for it to be good. Am I missing any bosses in the first castle? I don't think so. I think we've done them all. One of these days I'll get the boss tracker. We missed out on the big money drop, but it's fine. Whoa! Doppelganger doesn't matter, funny enough. So, because this preset relies on the... or the all bosses like win condition relies on the time attack menu, Doppelganger will always be cleared as long as you kill Doppelganger 40. So Doppelganger 10 always gets cleared when you kill Doppelganger 40. So Doppelganger 10 is like, funny enough, not required. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. Again, it's the spaghetti code that exists within the game. I don't know if that's something we know. And I did do Doppelganger 10, but still, it's one of those things where that's the only boss where it's like not fully required. I'm going to do this. Yeah, we're gonna do... yeah, we'll do left side, because I didn't turn on inverted library cards. Also, even with inverted library cards, is it faster to do right side and then do an inverted library card to do creature later? I don't even know. Like, do you do right side until you do Beelzebub, and then you do left side after? I don't even think that's faster. Hello, you're not dead? I threw a bunch of ninja stars in your face. Please die. Yeah, left side warp, right side is the all bosses route. Like, I took you 20 hours? No, you got this, dude. No, you're gonna beat my world records, remember? 20 hours is nothing. You were 16 days old? So what, yesterday? How do I feel about this preset so far? It doesn't feel particularly spectacular, but I spent Prime sub, real money, by the way, on you, and you roast me like that cold. Damn, you're right. I'm toxic streamer, back at it again. Someone is a baby, and it's me. Sorry, I am baby. When you make fun of me, this is who you're making fun of. Holds up a picture of a literal child. Why is Cross Shurikens doing no damage? Am I smoking that shit that makes you stupid? Casual feels bad. Yeah, it kind of... Yeah. Getting real boss baby vibes from this. So true, so true. We have the all bosses like logic seeds that we can play after this to test it out, but yeah, this preset might just not be the wave. And we even found Bat early, which is crazy to think about. I'm a pro player, picking casual is obviously a mistake. That's actually very true. That is very true. Like, we have Duplicator, we have a Throwing Star, we have Bat, we have Mist. Theoretically, this should be, like, epic as fuck, but... We need an MLG Pro preset. Now you're talking. Real pros play Spellbound. As of right now, you're not lying. That is true. They are playing Spellbound. Now, how many of them are enjoying Spellbound? Who's to say? Sometimes you have to express your skill. You have to take your... When your skill is getting that way, you take them to a vet, right? To get that shit expressed. I hear it smells disgusting. Whoa. You guys remember when Hype Squad had a beta and then it got canceled? What the fuck is Hype Squad? I don't remember this. It was a melee battle royale? I don't remember this. I think it's the issue is because I play video games that look like this. Unfortunately, I am the worst type of gamer. AKA gamer who only plays one video game.
Of us enjoy Spellbound.
What? That can't be true. Zero enjoy Spellbound? Then why is it the preset for the tournament that's been absorbing everybody's brain power and lives for the last 10 years or whatever? I play retro stuff in Pokemon hacks. Yeah, I'm on that vibe right now. What the fuck is wrong with the Cross Shurikens? They do no damage. The hell? Can I get gravity boots, please? Fuck you. No, Cross Shurikens are Buffalo Stars that do 10 less damage. They're basically the same thing, they just do slightly less damage. Ah! Yeah, Block and Knives are the ones that are... Well, they even, like, at least multi-hit, but still. You're on Android version when? I already did. When it came out. And it was just as fun as you think it could be. In fact, it was better than you could have ever imagined. That's why we... the standard for speedrunning this game is on Android right now. The only win requirement is all bosses. Part of me wonders if it would be better to do all Vlad relics plus all bosses. Because right now the only options are all bosses, all relics, all bosses and all relics, or just Vlad relics. But what if it was Vlad relics and all bosses? Such that That might be better. I don't know. All relics is basically all bosses. That's not true, because all relics doesn't necessarily mean you go to every relic check location. And not every relic check is behind a boss. Like Crossmon, for example. That's almost vanilla. You guys don't understand how randomizers work, do you? Yeah, having randomized item drops, item locations, having randomized relic locations, that's basically vanilla. Most of the time you'll be killing all the bosses to get all the relics. Yes. That's the point. But it's not exactly the point. And it also depends on the preset. It depends on the preset a lot. Like if you're playing Lycanthrope, you start with 3 relics in your inventory. Which means there's 3 locations that won't have relics, which means you have 3 options to skip that won't have relics. And if you're playing guarded on top of that, there's 4 extra locations that don't have relics. Added because of guarded logic. So like, it's not the same. And in fact, if you were doing this in a competitive setting, you would always try and go for the aggressive skips to save time over your opponent, because it's like the few things that you can save time on. Which I think is a bad thing. You're saying all bosses, all relics, might as well say 200 map. You guys are the ones watching the video game for a reason. And I think when you guys watch the video game, you don't actually watch it. You just listen to the words that come out of my mouth while I say poo poo pee pee stinky farts. And then you laugh and put a lol W in chat. But like, no. You're memeing? I am too. But you are striking at a chord that some people might actually believe. And honestly, that's more damning than it not being real anyways. It's fucked up that I could imagine it to be true. Did you ever think about that? What is wrong with these throwing stars, man? They're ass! Now, 69% map completion. Now we're talking. Can I get gravity boots, please? Sure, we'll grab all the Vlad relics. Why not? We're already here. I must be so proud of this chat. I am, genuinely. I do like my chat a lot. That is one problem that does not come up for me, thankfully, is I don't have a chat that actually pisses me off. Some streamers, they have a chat that pisses them off. But that's like the trade-off, is they usually have larger chats because they don't ban the people that annoy them. Me, on the other hand, I keep that motherfucking thing on me. The ban hammer, it be swanging sometimes. And it might not even be your fault. You might just get caught in the crossfires. I might just be grumpy that day.
I believe that all bosses is a solution to a problem that I believe doesn't exist.
What's the problem that doesn't exist? Because you might be right. Because in my mind, I think the rando is a little stale. And that's the problem that I'm trying to solve. It's both stale and a little bit, bullshit. Of course Gravity Boots is here. And I'm trying to avoid it. I'm trying to spice things up while also avoiding adding more bullshit on top of it as a way to spice it up. Because as of right now, I feel like every time we've tried to spice up the randomizer since Lycanthrope has either not added enough spice or has added more bullshit than spice. Second castle routing being a 50-50 is a problem? No, I disagree. It is a problem. If you don't see it as a problem, I guess that's like your opinion, man, or whatever. the meme goes. But I do genuinely think that's problematic. I think some people like the idea of their decisions mattering throughout the seed, especially when they have like reasons, logical reasons for believing in those decisions. For it all to come down to a, well, I went left this time because, fuck it. Simply force left side? No, I think we restructure the contents of what the game is requiring such that a 50-50 like that would be unviable. Or at the very least, have little impact. Right? Because you could still, fuck it, we ball. I'm going right side instead of left side. Sure. You still got to kill all the bosses, motherfucker. Have fun. Also, we are beating this in under an hour. In fact, there might even be a good reason to go left side first, because if I went right side first this seed, I would have had gravity boots, which would have saved me time. So it's still a 50-50, but it's like a less annoying 50-50, because instead of winning the game instantly, it is not even close. You guess correctly, you just win, there is nothing you can do about it. In like 85% of seeds plus. Versus, you guess correctly, you just saved a minute. That's a lot of time to save, but you can make up that time by executing better than your opponent, for sure. Or other decision-making spots earlier in the seed could have also made up that time. I just don't see how you could think that the second castle being a 50-50 that you have to deal with every single time not being a problem. I don't see a world where that doesn't seem like a problem at the core of the randomizer. A person guessing correctly doesn't mean if they don't execute correctly. But they still, no, that's no. Because it's not about that's a false dichotomy. You're saying you either execute correctly or you don't. There's a varying scale of execution. Hence why skill expression is such a big fucking deal. Because somebody like myself versus somebody who's been playing the game for like 3 months, that person could be quote unquote executing like still just fine enough to beat me by guessing correctly. Versus somebody who's never played the game before might be able to guess correctly and not be able to beat me. Because it's a fucking sliding scale of skill, motherfucker! What do you... It's false dichotomy!
Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
That's like the whole point is that if you are able to make up for your lack of skill such that the guess is the thing that matters is the problem. Right? I would have to, literally, in a 50-50 scenario, there are moments where guessing correctly saves you like 10 minutes. As I go all the way to fucking Galamoth. Meanwhile, you just guessed correctly and saved all of that time. It doesn't matter how good at the fucking game I am, I can't save 10 minutes over somebody who just knows how to wing smash. It's not going to happen.
What were these?
No, that's not true. The person playing at a higher skill will not always win more often. It is down to variance. It comes down to the variance of the 50-50. I guarantee if I sent a person who is 30% worse into a race versus you, but they were able to know which side to pick in the second castle, they will beat you 100% of the time. Because it's not that they are winning more likely, it is that they are picking the correct location enough to offset the fact that someone who is worse than them also picked the correct location. You're not seeing the broader picture. If I was always sending you the wrong direction, right? Or you just didn't know any better, and I had somebody who was worse than you always know the correct direction to pick, you will lose every time. And in fact, we have a data point to suggest the exact how this works, right? There is somebody who knew every location and was racing alongside the top level players, and guess what? They won almost every single race that they did this in. And they were way worse than everybody at the time. It didn't matter how good I was at the game if they just knew where to go every time. And unfortunately, you don't get to know where to go every time. But if you guess correctly and play in a way that allows you to guess correctly, it doesn't matter how good you are at the game. Just spoil the seed for racers? We could do that.
So you made it.
And I'm saying this because the second castle is the like epitome of
Sorry. 'Tis my
the
fault
just
you
guess
had to fight
correctly
your own
decision,
father.
because it is a large open area with no complexity for you to like dive into.
It must have
Once
been
you're in the
painful
second castle, you can basically do everything,
indeed.
and you just have a
But you
choice,
must
left or
always
right.
remember that the only
It's a
thing
coin flip,
necessary for
genuinely.
evil to
Most of the
triumph
time, it's just a coin flip with like some amount of like, oh, I can go left easier because I have gravity boots and bat, so it's like faster to go left in versus somebody who tries to go left and doesn't have that stuff. So in this seed, it's like not as bad, but it still at the end of the day doesn't matter because if fucking creature has the final Vlad that you need and you're there first, you just win.
Alucard?
And you've played this game long enough to know that that's a thing, right?
No, it's best this way. I can't ease his torment. Someday, perhaps. we will
Anyways,
meet
that's
again.
my
And
rants
on
for
that day,
like the
maybe.
idea that all bosses at the very least
So,
evens
everyone's
out
waiting
a
for
lot
us.
of the fuck you routing decisions is what I'm going to call them, which is I don't have a good reason for going this direction at all. There's no logic to suggest that I should go this direction or skip this one location, but I'm going to do it anyways because in my mind, if I don't skip this, I will not be able to win the game versus somebody who does. The all bosses objective evens that out in a way such that you still got to kill the bosses at the end of the day. You still have important decisions to make. And in my mind, I think there aren't enough decisions if it's just the bosses as the objective. That's my current belief. I think all relics and all bosses is too much. I think if it was Vlad's plus all bosses, that could be a solution that helps even out the late game, fuck you, I'm going left side versus right side. And also, the other thing is, you're pushing back against me when, like, how many times have I been right? How many times? We got rid of the fucking shop relic price. We got rid of the fucking clock statue not moving every other minute or whatever. These were things that I fought tooth and nail for, and guess what? We never say, you know what? We should actually have the statue moving out every other minute. We should go back to that. It was better back then. How many times do I have to be right and be crucified before we just realize that I'm right? How many times? Motherfuckers? Anyways, YouTube, subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. They crucified fucking, they crucified my man Jesus. They crucified my man, Aristotle. Dragon D's. The most important philosophers of the ancient times for being right. Anyways, I have to pee. I'll be right back. And then we'll play the other all bosses preset.
I'm interested in this.
I wish streamers would respect the craft and just piss in jugs. I'll say it. Why should I stare at a BRB screen for upward of 2 minutes? Unreal. My tax dollars Prime sub pays for this. Yeah. Don't worry. In the primary in the next 2 years, you can vote in a new streamer. Vote harder. You should donate to my campaign. Smiley face. Anyways. TLDR, I do think there is a problem. You're just wrong because you missed. We already talked about this earlier, Crazy. The second castle is not going to be the same shit every single time. When do you go back to check Mermaid statue, Crazy? When do you go back to check Soul of Bat? When do you go back to check Spikebreaker? What if you get Holy Glasses early, but you're still missing Jewel of Open? Which is why I think having Vlad Relic and bosses is like the answer, is what I'm telling you. If it's just bosses, I think it's too open currently. All bosses and all relics, I think, is also somewhat problematic. But I think because it's going to come down to like 2 or 3 key skips, but I'm just talking bosses. Even then, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a quote-unquote samey route every time. Also, the other thing is in reverse library cards also invalidates your argument. Get owned, nerd. Right? I think all Vlads plus all bosses is a better solution because it allows you to play the seed normally whilst still requiring the second castle to not just be a gamble fest. But you could still choose left side versus right side, as well as choose when to go back in different ways. Would it change something like having all warps open at the start? We've had that as an option for a very long time. You still have problems if it's just the Vlad relics, right? Would it also increase seed times by a bunch? No. It might increase them by like 10 minutes, I guess, because you don't just get to skip to the end.
Preset idea, second castle. Second castle rando start, all relics in second castle, wanderer extension. There is no first castle. Complexity 5.
What if we force all Vlads in first castle 1, then all bosses? Then it's the same as what we've been doing, right? The idea is that we want all... Let me just lay this out there before you guys keep fucking taking all of the things that I'm saying out of context. So shut the fuck up. Listen to what I am saying. The 50-50 in the second castle is a problem. I don't care if you think it's not. It is a problem. Losing to that shit over and over and over and over again is a thing you cannot control and is annoying as fucking hell. I don't care if the quote-unquote better players still win more often because they're still subjecting themselves to this 50-50 bullshit, and their win comes down to whether or not they guessed correctly on the 50-50 alongside the other top-level players if they also guessed correctly. And then, once they have both chosen to quote-unquote guess correctly or everybody chooses to not guess correctly, then it comes down to skill. However, that 50-50 is still there, and the person who guesses correctly, if the other person doesn't, will just beat that person. There's nothing you can do about it. Get fucked. It's not like we're dealing with a situation where everybody is like so far away in skill level that me going to the first, like me going to the second castle and the last Vlad relic is at creature, and I choose to check creature last. There is not, you could give the controller to like my grandma and she would be able to beat me in that scenario if she just goes to the right location first. Also, I do think solving that problem can be remedied by having additional requirements, whether it is all bosses, all relics, or all bosses plus Vlad relics. In my opinion, we don't know yet, which is why I sat down to play the game today. That's why we just played the seed that we played. I'm trying to figure it out. Do you mind if I step out for a few minutes for a poo? Mods, send them to the shitter. I thought this was a podcast. So true. So true. Anyways, we're still trying to figure it out. My mind right now, I think there's still going to be problems if we require Vlad relics, because if you skip the Vlad in the first castle and your opponent doesn't, you're in a similar spot still, but at the very least, it doesn't mean that you lose in the second castle, right? There's still going to be moments of luck and outplaying your opponent, and luck is still going to matter a lot. It's a randomizer at the end of the day. Luck is going to matter, and I understand that that is important, so that way people can feel like they can play the game without actually getting good at the game, which is why we all play randomizers. Let's be real. If you wanted to actually get good at the game, you would not play a randomizer. Yeah, there are no luck presets, but nobody plays them. And I understand why. I'm saying the way Symphony of the Night is too far in the luck direction right now. Because I have no interest in racing. I just don't. That's the problem I am trying to solve for myself. Every time there is a tournament being talked about, let's try this preset, let's try that, let's do this, let's do that. It's at the end of the day, I'm like, do I really want to invest any amount of time, effort, emotional, anything into a competition that will inevitably lead to, I'm so sorry, I was supposed to check left side this time because Creature had the last Vlad. Fuck me, I guess. Oh, I'm out of the tournament now? Damn, that sucks. Anyways, like, how am I supposed to tie any amount of, like, enjoyment from a competitive perspective to that? Roadmenes? Is that how I say that? For a first time message, you're killing it. Keep it up, dude. Yes, there is a problem. You said the problem didn't exist a second ago, motherfucker. I'm on to you. This is how it starts. This is how it starts every time. It always starts with, I don't agree with you. And then I make an argument and people are like, okay, I agree with that one part of your argument, but I don't agree with this other part. And then more data points show up, and then more data points show up, and then more data points show up. And then eventually everyone's like, actually, you were right. Except they never say, actually, you were right. They just secretly make all the changes that I suggested. And never once do people say, you know what? You were spitting from the start. I'm yelling too much. I'm going to lose my voice. Anyways, at the end of the day, I'm not that hurt by it because it's like, this is the nature of Symphony of the Night, and it always has been. The Symphony of the Night randomizer has always been a casino, right? It's just we've had a different meta. In my mind, Symphony of the Night randomizer was at its best when there was enough skill expression and enough of the meta didn't revolve around just trying to guess the perfect route in the exact things you needed to skip every single time. Because in my mind, if I were to join a tournament, the way you play the tournament is I need to guess which locations my opponent is going to skip and either hope that they're wrong or copy their exact route and play better than them, or come up with my own route and hope that I am luckier in the route that I come up with. Those are your three options, and they all feel like shit. Because there isn't real agency in that. And it doesn't come down to gameplay. It just doesn't. That's the problem. Very rarely does the actual gameplay moment-to-moment decisions matter unless you, like, die to a boss. It comes down to who picked the better route. Because the routing differences are so vast. In a way, I understand what you mean by the problem isn't the 50-50, but the problem is the 50-50 because it is a route decision point that is the most emblematic of the issue, which is guess correctly and you will win, guess wrong and you will lose. And there's very little in between. There's very little for you to overcome guessing wrong. Switch from shrimp to lobster. Oh, that's actually a good Project Omega. You came up. That's a good suggestion for sure. Would a change in tournament structure with something like comparing total time over several seeds be something interesting? For preliminaries, maybe. But we already kind of have that as like an ELO system. Having a winner of a tournament be decided by the fact that, like, oh, you didn't win this race, but all of your other race times were, like, on average faster. So even though you lost the final race, you still won the tournament. That doesn't feel great, I feel like. But Seed of the Week is more like a ladder slash ELO slash, like, it's not a tournament. It's like an ongoing, like, it's an ongoing competition as opposed to a tournament. Because, like, participation, like, comes and goes as well with that, I feel like, right? I do like the idea of maybe trying to think of different tournament structures. Because that's the other thing is, like, one of the reasons why I think multi-category or multi-preset tournaments, in my opinion, have been the most successful at player satisfaction, so long as the presets are ones that people can agree on that are decent, is because at the end of the day, there's agency in your tournament outcome. Maybe not in the moment-to-moment, like, decision-making on the actual seed, because you could still lose to somebody guessing correctly, but at least you have agency in picking a preset that you feel more comfortable with that you can maybe outplay your opponent in. No, the solution is Map Rando will make this worse. 100%. Map Rando will make this worse. But it'll be more fun because it's different. Map Rando is the ultimate spice, but also the ultimate just guess correctly forehead. Because now you're making those decisions in every single room. Why did you choose to go up right here instead of up left? I don't know. I just felt like it. Oh, and that led directly to the relic that you needed? That's convenient. We're already seeing this with Metroid Map Rando. I love Super Metroid Map Rando. That shit is that is just rolling the dice. Okay, I can go Criteria or I can go Meridia. There is no logical difference between the two locations. Oh shit, I spent 20 minutes in a zone I didn't need to be in? Well, that sucks. At the end of the day, randomizers be random. Yes. Which is why I am trying to find a way in which you can create a fun, interesting format that is dynamic every time you play it, that also has enough skill expression such that the just guess correctly is not nearly impactful enough to make or break every single seed. Because in my mind, just guess correctly is like at least 85% of seeds come down to just guess correctly in one or maybe two spots. Sometimes multiple, which feels really bad. Especially if you're on like a 8 complexity seed and it's like, okay, Jewel of Open Start. just guess correctly at the first like 5 minutes of the game. Are you going to Caverns or are you going to Castle Keep? That decision making will make you like 10 minutes ahead of your opponent, right? And then there's another just guess correctly between like, I don't know, Alrox's Quarters versus like Castle Keep or something like that. I don't know. Or left side versus right side in the second castle later on. And then the other just guess correctly could be at the very end where it's like just guess correctly between Soul of Bat or Spikebreaker. Not Spikebreaker, or Silver Ring. You can have up to 3 just guess correctly 50-50s in one seed. Sometimes more. And I can give my grandma the controller, and if she guesses correctly on all those 50-50s, she's beating like 50% of the people that show up in these races. Let's be real. Wouldn't that still have to build over the map and progression locks SotN offers, which is what creates those lopsided 50-50s IMO? What? Can she wing smash? I could teach her. Look. I'm just looking for some different way to play Symphony of the Night. Because as of right now, I feel like the current race meta doesn't feel great to me. Which is why we're trying all of the new All Bosses updates. Right? Does that make sense? What's up, YouTube? We've been arguing about this for like the last 2 hours. Which is whether or not requiring all bosses is like a good idea for the randomizer. I'm currently in the camp of all Vlad relics plus all bosses could be a good compromise, such that you're exploring a lot of the game, but you're not blowing out your opponent by just guessing correctly in the second castle. That's my current thoughts and feelings. Again, I don't claim to always be right. Do I always end up being right in the end? If only there was a way for us to know. But that's just me. That's just me. And if you've been watching long enough on Dragon Blitz Daily, by subscribing, liking the video, commenting, all that stuff to help the algorithm, and joining the live stream, twitch.tv/DragonBlitz, if you've been here long enough, I feel like I tend to have a pretty decent understanding of what makes for a fun and competitive experience. But I understand that my perspective is that of somebody who has been playing this game nonstop for like 11 years or whatever. Rune Sword, Ring of Fenrir. Okay, cool. Nice. I don't think editing the map is the answer either, personally, but that's just me. We'll check this relic. We do have to go back and fight Slugger and Gaibon at some point. I didn't see anything here, but it could be a... Yep, gold ring. Not bad, not bad. I think it's more than fair for both sides. I don't think requiring only all bosses is the way. Now that I've played enough all bosses seeds, I do feel like you can just beat it too quickly. And I think that mostly comes down to the fact that the second castle as a design location in Symphony of the Night is just too open. Because if you require things, but not other things in the second castle, that's how you end up with the super mega gamble fest that we have currently. But if you require all things in the second castle, then you just do the same route every time. For the most part. Although it might come down to which relics you have at any given moment. It's possible. As well as when relics are handed out to the player. That might end up mattering. Like, the movement relics that you have in the second castle might determine which route you want to take. But... that already exists, King Carpad. Bounty Hunter, where you start with the familiars. I'm not sure if you're joking or not, but that is a thing that already exists. Final Vlad, always a Galmoth. I mean, again, I think there is a world where we can make it different in a way that is more fun, is all I'm trying to say. More fun in the sense that you don't just lose to guessing wrong every single time. And the difference between going left side versus right side won't matter as much, right? I was looking at the Hitman stuff as well, which is essentially that, where you have to kill enemies in order to get all the Vlad relics. Tying that in with some other stuff like all bosses could be interesting as well. You can't make the first castle send you to the second castle, I don't believe. I don't think that's something that modders have figured out how to do. Outside of using, like, reverse library card, I think is the only way. But you can't, like, change the teleporter to, like, send you to the second castle. Yo, what up, Sir EJ? We have more rando updates. Yes, this one is, I believe... Eldritch, what did we change about this one again? And by we, I mean, what did you change about this one? We'll grab this while we're here. Forced bat in first castle, randomized progression hands. Gotcha, gotcha. So first castle will have bat, but everything else is randomized. Gotcha. Boss drops are not randomized. I appreciate that you guys are coming up with ideas. I think this is a very complicated issue to solve, which is Symphony of the Night is a imperfect video game. I know, shocker. Guy who has played this game nonstop for 11 years thinks the game might have some flaws. But also, I've played it more than anybody, so I'm very, very well aware of its flaws. And I'm calling it a flaw in this scenario when it's actually not a flaw for most people. It is a flaw in this scenario where we are trying to have a competitive race format that does not devolve into just guess correctly. That is the problem I am trying to solve with my brain, and it is very difficult. Castle entrance it is. Was there anything worth buying here? Alucard shield and not much else. Gotcha.
Farewell for now.
Every time you check a relic, you have to throw a karma coin, and if it's heads, you get the relic. Now we're talking. Bounty hunter, but only the bosses have the Vlads. You're cooking up something. I'm not sure what it is, but... Because I've said it before, I just don't have interest in, like, taking any races seriously at all, which means I don't have interest in, like, competing in this game, and this is a game that I love to compete in. And that's like, in my mind, that's a problem. I want to compete in this game. I want to enjoy playing it and racing it, but it's like near impossible when it's like all the decisions that I make and all the execution that happens throughout the seed doesn't matter most of the time. It can matter if everybody like chooses similar routes that end up evening out in the end. But the issue is there isn't a world where that happens regularly enough. So finding ways to have routes converge is a good thing, in my opinion. Oh yeah, we're doing the shit where castle keep is in logic, yeah. I have to do the castle keep stuff. But yeah, I'm just trying to find creative solutions to the problems that we have created, which is we're trying to have fun with the game, but we have optimized the fun out of the game, which is a very normal thing to do. Because it's really unfortunate when the optimum solution is just guess correctly. Genuinely. How would bad ending Rando be? It would be first to find flight wins. Which is not great. I do think if we could expand the win state more, because right now the win state has always been find the Vlad relics and find holy glasses and find flight. That has always been the... How did that break the bridge? That's annoying. That ending all bosses first castle. That's not a terrible. That'd be like a very short race category, but it could be fun. I mean, the first castle is the best part of SotN. Should work, right? Yeah. I think more additional win conditions could solve a lot of these problems. Personally. Okay, I got lucky as hell there. There we go. I do think having alternate win conditions to open up the final fight is probably going to be a way to keep things fresh while also making it such that the different routing decisions are like, you know, fun. Unironically, essentially turning the randomizer more into bingo, but having it be built into the game. The issue would then be like having a tracker that tracks everything, kind of, but you know, whatever. What up, Hypertension? Welcome, welcome. Glad you made it over from YouTube. That's actually a really good point. I should be asking YouTube more for their opinions. Because, like, I do think most people would probably agree that the 50-50 in the second castle is pretty rough for a competitive perspective, but... So we've done randomizer bingo. Like, I did an entire tournament of it. I think the issue is that it's good, but getting people involved is difficult because it requires a lot of external management. Like, you have to go to a different website. You have to have an extra monitor or, like, space open on your monitor to open up the bingo board. And then you have to manually click the things, right, on the board, which is pretty tough. It's like a tough ask, in my opinion, for most people. A point system. I have not checked out the boss Lewis script yet. I've just been lazy to set it up, to be honest. And I've just been using my brain. What is this about the rando? I'm trying to find a solution to the perceived problem of guessing is too strong. I'm not saying we need to remove guessing in the randomizer, but I think it needs to be nerfed. And the way that you nerf guessing, unironically, is complexity. It's one of the things that, like, we were very harsh on complexity when it was first introduced. Most of you guys weren't around for this. But, like, when the idea of adding complexity, a complexity system to the randomizer such that Relic 1 is required before getting Relic 2, which was required before getting Relic 3, and then having a chain of those things required before getting to the end, it ended up making the randomizer better in the long run. I think the beginning implementations of it were rough for other reasons, but the complexity system was good. So. Yo, what up, Gamers Gospel? Welcome from YouTube. Always happy to see people coming over from YouTube. But the idea is complexity evens out a lot of people's routing decisions such that having required things that are changed every single seed, because if you really think about it, the complexity system just changes the requirements every single seed, and you just don't know what those requirements are. But it adds enough of them such that you explore enough of the game that those decisions can potentially even out.
What are your ideas for modifiers to the runs? Post your ideas in the comments.
Yeah, pretty much. So the issue with adding complexity to the second castle is we've tried that before with like requiring relics that or requiring like mist to be acquired. Right? Things like reverse Soul of Bat location. Like adding that stuff to the randomizer just makes it such that you're moving back and forth between castles a lot. Which, like, if we had an interconnected warp system, that would not be a problem. However, we can't have an interconnected warp system, I don't think. What about the reverse cowgirl location? That one? I haven't been there in a long time, unfortunately. So I don't know what you're talking about. That'd be Aria impossible? No, I actually can't make new seeds of Aria impossible. Smiley face. The randomizer is down. What? Is Fairy card in Logic with just Wolf? That sucks. I think that's the only thing I can technically grab right now. Unless did I forget something huge? No. Yeah, I have to go to Fairy card. Interesting. But yeah, I actually wanted to play some more Aria today, but I literally can't do that. The logic doesn't work right now for all bosses. It's just going to say every relic check is a... All of the dots are green. Major Seaman, which is not accurate. Yeah, my guess is that we have to do this now. More relics to the... The only way for the 50-50 to be less impactful is if you have more redundant relics. Like multiple relics that do the same thing. Such that if you pick up one or the other, it doesn't matter. And that's an issue with Symphony of the Night as a whole, is that we don't have a lot of redundant relics. Like if you find Soul of Bat, there's not an equivalent unless you find... Not even then, Wolf movement is good. Not as good as Soul of Bat with wing smashing. But like, it still gives you flight as well. Now, if we added 15 Vlad relics, and you only needed 5 of the 15, then maybe it could work? I find it strange that solo Wolf is enough to get up here, but I guess it's fine. I'm trying to think if the logic matters. I do think making it so that you can still make skips is important, but not skip an entire section of the castle. I see what you're saying, and I think I agree. There are certain randomizers that do have redundant relics, actually, now that I think about it, or redundant progressions. Like, Aria does that. There's like, you can get Black Panther in multiple locations if you want to set it up that way, or you can have backdash show up in multiple locations. The books show up in multiple locations. I don't know. Picking up that Vlad relic actually did nothing for me. There needs to be variance. Yes, I agree. But do you want the underdog to win just because they guessed correctly? That to me doesn't feel amazing. I want it to be such that the underdog played out of their mind, right? But maybe I'm biased in that way. Like, if I get outplayed and somebody gets lucky at the same time, like, that's one thing, you know? Son of a bitch. But as a competitor who wants to take this shit seriously, I can tell you it does not feel good when you watch back the performance and you're like, wow, there was nothing I could have done. There's nothing I could have done differently at all. There was no indication or hint or logical reason to choose one over the other. They just got lucky and I lost. Right? I'm not saying that should never happen, but it shouldn't be a prevalent enough situation such that it is the determining factor of every single seed. In my opinion, every single seed, if not the majority of them, probably 85% plus, the winner is determined by a unknowable deciding factor. Sometimes multiple. And the thing is, I want those deciding factors to be different, but like very close. Does that make sense? I'll check entrance with a safe spot, I think. Right? Like if the decision is left side versus right side was a difference of like 2 minutes at most, on average, that's fine. 2 minutes over the course of an entire randomizer is like, that's variable. That comes down to execution a lot of the time, you know? Now, if it's a 10-minute difference, that's when it's like, that's the balancing issue coming into play. Because I remember a time when it was myself and Talik were primarily the only two people that were winning races during season 1. And most of the time, we didn't pick the same route. However, we were usually within like 2 minutes of each other. At most. And a big part of it came down to just like execution on those routes. That's a nice story, Grandpa. I'm gonna shit. The issue is those presets didn't have enough variation such that the higher skilled player always won. Also, back then, most people were ass at the game. Let's be real. Like 99% of players were ass at the game back then. Yes, sit down. Ankh is telling you a story. I'm giving you guys the real lore. You youngins don't remember what it was like in 2019. We need to get salt on this one. So what I'm saying is, You want there to be variance for sure, because we were doing the same routes most of the time. But even then, I remember there was so many times where we were like, we've seen a lot of similar routes, but like 1 out of every like 6 seeds was like, there was a legitimate reason for me to go this route that I've never taken before. And that was like 2 or 3 years in. Especially once we revisited OG and stuff like that, and guarded OG and stuff like that. Like once those became like retro presets that were brought back. There were many times where we were like, oh, this route actually makes a lot of sense. So, I don't know. History of SotN speedruns. I've said it many times on the stream. I don't think Summoning Salt would ever do a SotN video. However, I do think Summoning Salt is very much interested in looking into non-Mario games. How about all warps? Like, this is not our Carl Jobs video. So is everybody just like punching him while he's down outside of his most dedicated fans or whatever? Like nobody likes a loser type shit. So the fact that he lost against Billy Mitchell, everyone's like, yeah, no, actually we don't like him anymore. I will say, did you guys see the tweets of him being like, I asked AI if I could lose this lawsuit, and the AI said it's impossible. Yeah, he lost the defamation lawsuit. It mostly came down to the fact that, from my understanding, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I could be wrong. I am an entertainer. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Please do not sue me. But I believe the main legal argument was such that Carl Jobst either outright or implied heavily that Apollo Legend killed himself because of Billy Mitchell. And I guess that was serious enough for the court to be like, yeah, no, that is defamation. Something like that. Something like that. I don't know. He addresses it in a vid. I'm gonna be honest, I don't watch Mr. Jobst. Now, do I want him to owe $12 billion to Billy Mitchell or whatever? No. In fact, I probably would have preferred a world where they just never interacted with each other whatsoever. But unfortunately, cheating scandals in gaming is too lucrative. But I do partially feel like maybe putting your hand in the cookie jar and getting your ass caught might deter a lot of other drama gamer channels from being the most annoying people on the planet. Is this in logic? Wolf and Skillawolf? This is in logic, isn't it? Holy shit. I can go up and fight Succubus right now as well. I probably should. This is interesting. This is actually a very interesting route. Because if I want to clear the caverns right now, I need to fight Succubus right now. Because I can clear everything. I'm going to actually make a save split right now. And this is going to be a pretty big one. Yeah, I don't know if that whole Discord stuff was ever like actually addressed. Like why the hell he was in that Discord in the first place. Drama makes me unfunny, lest I ever dabble. I mean, it's just human nature to be interested in, like, drama in general. Unfortunately. I get it. We don't need this. When I heard about drama YouTubers, I assumed they talked about theater and stuff. If only, dude. New executive order. All drama YouTubers are required by law to only discuss the arts. Society. I'd be in favor of that. That's why I'm throwing my hat into the ring to become president. Best drama YouTuber, Brian David Gilbert. Hell yeah. Brian David Gilbert is just one of those like rare talents that in my mind is just goated with the sauce. I don't need that shit. New executive order, left side is illegal. The unraveled videos are... I think the issue with those is that they're stuck as IP of Polygon, and, you know, Polygon is Polygon. I have a big, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna die. I only watch Dark Souls lore videos. You're fine. You'll be okay. You know what videos have like sucked up a huge portion of my free time when I'm not video editing? The fucking Maximilian, this motherfucker, posted a few videos about the FF7 Rebirth stuff and talking about the potential for the next game in the trilogy or whatever. And I'm like, I've never even played Remake. Why the fuck do I care about this shit? I did the save split in the wrong order. Like, I should have done Succubus first, because that was required, instead of going all the way to the other thing, but that's fine. Goal where you fight all second castle bosses, but also you need all 5 Vlad relics. I feel like that's maybe a little cumbersome, as opposed to all bosses, all Vlads. But I guess it's not, in practice, it's not bad. I think one of the reasons I want to encourage all bosses in general is because there are still some things like Grand Falloon and stuff like that. I think it's mostly just Grand Falloon. That's just annoying. Like, that skip ends up determining a lot. So much so that Swarm's race identity was defined by saying, fuck you, Grand Falloon. But I get it. All Vlads or all bosses? I've floated that idea around before. I think the issue is that all Vlad's is too strong in that scenario. Right now, I think all bosses, all Vlad's is my current ticket to simple. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel. Solution to the second castle problem. Especially if you play presets that allow you or sometimes force you to go back and forth between the two castles. That could add variance, you know? Because you still need the complexity Vlad or whatever. So it's like still might be in your interest to go second castle early. But then you're like, okay, I'll do left side and kill all the bosses on left side. And then I'll go back to the first castle to find all the Vlad relics. And then I'll finish up the bosses in the second castle on the right side before finishing the game, right? There's like actual decision making there. Or maybe you're like, well, I don't want to go second castle yet because there's still bosses left in the first castle that I can do. So let me do that first. Like there is reasonable decision making there. That's my current feelings is all bosses, all Vlads could be the solution. Like right now, the issue is I can beat the game and I don't like that. And in fact, I think it might be in logic that I go beat the game. Like I have everything I need to beat the game, but it's just going to be really annoying. Customizing the amount of Vlads. If we can do more than 5, that'd be lit. Like imagine there's 10 Vlads total and you need like 7 out of 10 to open the boss door. That could be interesting as well. You might still need to do boss relic checks where bosses aren't. Yes. That's why I'm currently feeling that all bosses alone is probably not enough. Unless you want to make like a fast preset. Because in my mind, if you want to make like a turbo speed preset, requiring the goal just be all bosses, you can finish that shit real fast. And if you want to balance the preset around that as well, which is kind of what this preset is supposed to be. But I feel like it's still maybe a little too imbalanced. Because like we are technically in the win condition right now. I'm getting fucking owned though. Every boss kill makes you move faster. Now you're talking. Just increase player speed. By the end of it, you're fucking just clipping through walls and shit. Nice damage boost. Sometimes you don't even need Jewel of Open, technically. Oh, no, you do for the other bosses. I'm stupid. But yeah, it's Flight, Jewel, Glasses, Ignore Everything. That's the mode I'm in right now, which I think is maybe a little boring, because now we are in the win con. We're in go mode, but we still have, like, so much of the seed left. Right? I feel like the progression is a little lopsided, and I'd rather there be, like, a little bit more of a gentler slope to the progression, if that makes sense. Like, what am I even going to find there that I care about? Do I have, fucking... No. No library cards. I think at the very least, just thinking about the problem and trying to create solutions that are within our grasp. Like the whole idea of us having bosses as a win condition that is now easily added to the randomizer at least gets us in the mindset of thinking about, well, can we use the custom like win conditions as a way to balance the randomizer better? You know what I mean?
Tribute.
Thank you, Mecha Yagami.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Much appreciated. Primers rise up. You guys get what I'm saying. Because there's the other side of the coin that we've talked about earlier, which is you want there to be things to do such that skipping too much is like punished. But you also don't want there to be too much to do such that you're backtracking all the time through areas with like not fun movement. Those are like the two things that you need to balance, I feel like, for a preset to not feel like ass. We have just... Hippogriff, I think? Oh, and All Rocks. And then we can go second castle. Balancing is a bitch. I will say yes. And again, this is like a problem of our own design because we're playing the game in a way that the developers never intended, both by racing the game and by adding the randomized elements. Those two things were never intended in the first place. So we are playing, you know, our own made-up version of SotN and then being like, damn, this isn't hitting the same because of like these core reasons that are outside of the player's control that feel bad. Any bat relic unlocks base bat. The issue is that would then, if you want the logic to have complexity to it, that means you have no Vlad relics, or sorry, no bat relics at all until you are at that layer in complexity. If you give bat too early, you beat the game too fast. If you hold off on bat way too late, then the game is unfun. That is the conundrum of Symphony of the Night. And its ability to, like, concentrate all of the movement power in just one relic. Do I play fighting games? No. Not anymore. I'm not actively playing any fighting games. I have played fighting games, but not right now. Tooth of Vlad, wowzers. Guys, we only need 2 more Vlad relics. Copium. Right now, I do want to play more Metroidvanias, but the next like casual thing we're doing on stream is actually the Mega Man X games, because I haven't played any of the Mega Man X games since I was like, it's been at least 10 years. And that's like a series of games that I really remember enjoying a lot. So I just want to play them on stream for fun. But I have other games in the backlog that I want to play. I'll grab this. So Soul of Bat is somewhere in the first castle guaranteed, but we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, once we're done doing the randomizer stuff today, we're going to boot up Mega Man X. My goal is to hopefully 100% it this stream, because it shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to 100% Mega Man X, even as a casual, in like 2 hours. Nine Souls is a game that I'll play, like, I'm going to be real with you, probably like 4 years from now. I don't play games when they're like new. And not even like within the first year of them being new. It's just a problem I have. The only games that I play when they're new are games that I am like already excited for. And like, I'm sure Nine Souls is great, but like, I'm not actively excited for it. It looks like a good game that I could enjoy, but it's not a game that I know I'll enjoy. Does that make sense? We killed Mandatory Werewolf. We can go. Am I going to play Maverick Hunter? I might try it out, but it's not on the list. Right now, the games I have is the Mega Man X collection. That's all I have ready and prepared. So we'll play X 1 through 6. Anything else on top of that is like whatever. That's just a bonus. If we end up playing anything else. Which collection do I have? The one on PS2. Ducking X7? Well, the issue is it's too good. So if I play X7, it's going to ruin all the other games. Is the problem, so. We just can't play it. So I do think maybe finding Soul of Bat would have made the second castle faster, but you could always find Leapstone. So X8 is actually good. I might try it at some point. When did X8 come out? That is probably at glasses. It might be, yeah. That would have been maybe a good call. Really? Yep. X8 came out in 2004? That can't be right. That doesn't sound right. Maybe that is right. Okay, right side. Hope to find better movement in the second castle. Realistically, the only thing I could find is Leapstone, actually. I don't know. I'm a little bit out of my depth here, I think. I probably should have tried to find Soul of Bat, but that's the issue. It feels weird to be like, oh, I need to go find Soul of Bat, so I'm gonna go do that. I don't know. Something about it. I don't have Heart of Lad? Damn, that's annoying. Yeah, I did say split it away. It's probably sleeping the day it came out. Probably, yeah. I've never seen gameplay of X8. I've never played it myself. I don't know shit about that game. I'm gonna be 2000% real with you guys. We probably vibe out with Yasasuna now. Probably, This feels appropriate. It gets worse every time I play it. That's unfortunate. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're just gonna have to be the greatest gamer of all time. Simply get the Chrysogrim drop from the Black Panther that already has an incredibly rare drop table. No big deal. Look, like I said, I think my game plan is I'm just playing X1 through 6 because I like those games and I know I like them. That's not even true. I don't even know if I like X6 anymore. I haven't played it since I was a kid. I don't know if I like X5 anymore. But at the very least, I feel like those 6 games are worth playing at some point. So I'm going to play them. Am I fucked? Isn't there a way to do a gravity jump up there? I forget how you do it. Is it from here? Like the edge of this platform? Didn't we look this up one time? I don't remember. It has some rough parts? Yeah, well. That's a lot of monster vials. They'd be making some crazy noises in this game. Yeah, I think I'm only going for 100% in X1 and X2. And even then, X2, you don't even 100% really. Because doesn't 100% require that you, like, fight all those extra boss fights to, like, make Zero not hate you at the end and you skip one boss fight? That's, like, the only difference between that and just collecting all the armor pieces. I'll definitely 100% X1, but I think after that, I'm just going to play the games as much as I want to. Probably the vibe. I don't know if I have the patience to 100% all of the other ones. Damn, we could have had all Vlad relics. X2 hundo and X3 hundo are fun. Maybe. I've never actually hundoed X3. I do remember I did look up a save code for 100%. And that was cool. Like, I enjoyed playing with all of the stuff, but I didn't actually grab all of it myself. And then after that, I don't think I've actually beaten the other X games except for 6. And that was when I was a kid. I've beaten 1, 2, and 3. And I've definitely beaten 6. But I beat 6 when I was like maybe no older than like 9 or 10. And I'm pretty sure I also used like whatever. I might have used like Ultima Armor or something. I don't even remember. I only had 6. I grew up only owning 6 and the X collection. How old do you guys think I am? I could have theoretically had 4 and 5 on PlayStation, but we only had 6. Don't ask me. Ask my parents why they only got me 6. And they're the ones calling me Unk for remembering what the randomizer used to be like fucking 7 years ago. I think the only way I beat 6 was I got the Ultima Armor cheat code and beat it with the Ultima Armor. I believe that's how I played it. Because I don't see myself beating 6 any other way. Yeah, I'm cheating. What about it? What, are you gonna go back in time and send me to gamer jail? You're gonna send my like 9-year-old self to gamer jail? Do it, pussy. See what happens. Hey, I'm sorry, kid, but you're going to jail. You did a cheat code in a video game. Mods, take away his gamer license. And he never stopped cheating. Do I need the Arcana? Probably not. I'd rather just have MP refill. Always be cheating? That's what I'm saying, bro. Always be cheating. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. How do you think I have all the world records? You think it was hard work and determination? And not me just cheating my way to the top? I bet DB Daily doesn't cheat. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't get it. Cube! Thank God. Also, Mega Man X Corrupted looks sick. Is it like a fan game? That sounds like a fan game. Yeah. That sounds cool. Fan games in general definitely have a wide like variety of... Oh, it's not out? So you're telling me it's as good as AM2R, a fan game that does exist and is out. but it's not out yet. How do you know it's that good then? Am I smoking? Am I stupid? Am I smoking weed? It's been in development for that long. It's probably better than Silksong. Now you're talking. Now you're talking some sense. I think I am going to go this way. I don't know. That's like saying SotN Hacked is going to be better than... And maybe it's not fair to compare the two. Like, that's going to be better or as good as AM2R. But it's like, that shit isn't real. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't exist. So, like, how do you say that it's going to be better? It's had demo, or it has no demos? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine to be excited for it. I'm not trying to say it's going to be bad or, like, ruin your excitement for it. But, like, I was going to say a thing about fan games is that they oftentimes tend to over-promise and under-deliver, and usually will have a lot of problems due to the fact that the people making them are not experienced game developers, but fans of a thing that use the project as a way to learn game development, which is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But then people treat these projects as if they are on par with real projects, which very rarely ever happens. Like AM2R is like the only notable example of that I'm aware of. And even then, that's only from hearsay. I've never played it myself, so I don't know if that's true. You know what I mean? I have very rarely played a fan game and thought to myself, this is as good or better than what the official game is. I think if anything, people are just like sad that the Mega Man X series doesn't exist anymore, which I think is very fair. I too wish there was a way for the Mega Man X series to come back that didn't suck. Well, to be fair, I don't think it's difficult for Sonic fans to make a better game than the Sonic developers, because the Sonic developers haven't made a good video game in a very long time. So, M2R might be a fun stream game. It might be. I've never played it, and I wanted to play it at one point, but then there was the whole like copyright shit going on. So, Sonic devs haven't made a good game in ever. That's not true. I don't know if AM2R still gets DMCA'd. That's the thing. It probably doesn't anymore, but there was a period of time where it was getting DMCA'd, which was around the time I wanted to play it, which was around the time that it had been out for like a year. So, I like being inflammatory by claiming that there are no good Sonic games except for the bad ones. And people don't like that I say that. They just don't like to hear the truth is what I mean. Have a good night, Raccoon. It's not even rage bait. I genuinely believe that to be true. I think Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, those are bad games, but they're the best games Sonic Team has ever made. Sonic 3D Blast, unironically, is actually not one of the best games they've ever made. It's actually really bad. Like, it falls under the category of bad video game and also, like, bad from my standards. But I have played it. Never beat it, though. Sonic CD was nice. Yeah, and that's another bad video game. Again, you guys keep proving my points that the only good Sonic games are the bad ones. Sonic CD's nuts. Exactly. Why do you think Sonic CD is bad? Because the level layout is dog shit. And the primary gimmick is like the fucking time travel shit or whatever. Am I remembering Sonic CD correctly? Yeah, it's just like confusing. But like, again, I think it's fine to like bad video games. I like bad video games all the time. And again, like I don't have to be the arbiter of like Sonic discussion because I'm not a Sonic guy. I'm just not. So if I say that all the bad Sonic games are actually the good ones and you disagree with me, that's fine. I have no stake in the game. Like I don't care. I'm just gonna say shit and like, you know, I do believe it. Now, me believing it to be true doesn't necessarily make me like an expert in what it is that I'm discussing. Can I make this? No. But for me, the most fun I've ever had with a Sonic game is when I'm going so fast that I'm clipping through floors and shit, and the voice actors are going, "Whoa, Sonic! I can't believe Eggman totally fucking creamed that guy." Oh no. Oh no. It's like I have nostalgia for it, and as an adult, I've gone back and played those games, and I'm like, man, this shit is rough, but it's funny. And Tails sounds like a prepubescent, like, child. Sonic! Dr. Eggman's gonna hit you with the robot attack! And it's like, yeah, this shit's funny. Versus, like, the good, quote-unquote, good Sonic games, like Sonic 1, 2, and 3. Although Sonic 1, let's be real. Come on. Come on, guys. Everybody's like, yo, this shit's crazy. Then you get to fucking Marble Butthole Zone, and you're like, never mind, I wish I never fucking played this game ever again. Just play the version that gives you Spin Dash. Oh, the thing the game wasn't designed around, and you have to add new mechanics to make it good? Yeah, sure, play the one with Spin Dash. You're playing a different game, motherfucker. Wrong game. Your ass is gonna sit on this platform, and you're gonna like it. Ruh-roh. Am I fucked? Stop getting hit by the fucking wand of Gamelon. We're good. All right, let's go beat the game. It probably would have been faster to pick up Bat at this point. But also, you don't have to answer to me saying all the bad Sonic games are the good ones, because I've only played, like, I don't know, a handful of them. And also, that doesn't even, like, make sense to me, because I think, with that logic, I would say that, like, Sonic 06 and, like, Sonic Heroes are also one of the good ones, because they're the bad ones. In reality, I've never played Sonic 06, and I don't like Sonic Heroes. And I grew up with that shit. I should be fully nostalgic for, like, Sonic Heroes and, like, Shadow the Hedgehog. And I think those games are just genuinely unfun. So, like, I'm not even consistent in my own views. Essentially, all I'm trying to say is Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 are very funny games that I still like to this day because they are funny, and also they're fun enough in a broken sense without being, like, so broken that it's, like, boring. Like, the Sonic Adventure Spin Dash is so good. Have I ever considered that Shadow has a gun? Fuck, you're right. Never mind. Shadow does have a gun. Like, the same way I would be like, okay, your opinion is stupid when someone tells me that, like, you know, some dumb shit about SotN that's not based in reality. The same way Sonic fans can be like, okay, your opinion is stupid because you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'd be like, yeah, you're right, you caught me. My ass is still thinking about Sonic Adventure 2. And the fact that they've never put a Chow Garden in a video game ever again afterwards. Like, why?
Actually, the Game Boy Advance games had a Child Garden-like feature.
What? What boss did I forget to kill? Oh, no. What? Doppelganger, Minotaur Werewolf, Sagar and Gaibon, Scylla Succubus, Cerberus, Granfloon, Hippogriff. I forgot Lesser Demon! Library card. I don't have one. Well, Lesser Demon isn't a boss. True. Game bugged. Hold on. The game is bugged, actually. Clip through. I can't. I can't clip through. Unless I turn on, like, no clip. I'm just gonna go fight him. It's fine. Yeah, if I had the boss tracker, this wouldn't have happened. I really thought I killed all the bosses, huh? Oh well. It's fine. It's more video game for us to play. That's what we want, right? Anyways. I don't even think I have any more spicy gaming opinions that people would even care about. The reason I don't have a boss tracker on screen is because I'm like, where the fuck would I even put it, man? There's already so much shit on the screen. I'd have to, like, get rid of chat on screen, probably. Or make chat very small. My heart wasn't in the seed. Yeah. Have it tracked to my face. Now you're talking. Yeah, maybe it would be just, like, fine to replace the relics or have, like, a condensed version of the relic tracker that only tracks, like, important stuff. And then have the boss tracker take up the other portion. Who knows? I enjoyed DKC more than Super Mario. I don't think that's, like, an outrageous opinion. But the games are very different. Like, they're obviously 2D platformers, but, like, in tone and in execution, they're different. But I could see enjoying one more than the other. I think DKC is meant to be much more of a challenging video game as well. But, I mean, I've never beaten a DKC game, so my opinion is, again, doesn't really matter. Much like all of my opinions, really. Except for when they involve the balancing of Symphony of the Night randomizer competitive aspects. Then I'm always 100% right. Even if people don't listen to me. Sad. I really don't think I have very many other ones. Most of them revolve around, like, speedrunning, which is, like, nobody cares about speedrun opinions, honestly. It's, like, not a thing that matters. Yoshi's Island is the best platformer. So, you're right, but the issue is that Yoshi's Island is a video game that suffers from being very annoying. From a technical aspect, it is insanely good, and it's very creative. But the game is full of so much annoying shit. Mostly auto-scrollers and the goddamn baby. If Yoshi's Island didn't have the auto-scrollers, it'd be like 20% better. Because every time I want to replay Yoshi's Island, I'm like, dude, how many fucking auto-scrollers are in this game? It's like 3 per world or some shit like that. It's kind of absurd. The baby's like, whatever, just don't get hit forehead. Also, I guess 100%ing Yoshi's Island is very annoying. Because if you take any damage in some aspects, in some places, you just have to replay the whole level. Can't believe I forgot Lesser Demon. But I really do like Yoshi's Island a lot. I think it's a very good game. Every game would be better integrating a timer and a scoring system. I just disagree. I don't know, man. I don't think you want to play Alan Wake 2 with like a timer and a scoring system, or like The Last of Us 2 or some shit, like some super hyper story-driven emotional artsy game. And it's like, you know, maybe if those are unlockable speedrun modes after you beat the game or some shit, fine, but that would be my counterexample. But most other games, it's like, it doesn't, I guess, hurt to add like a timer or a scoring system to a game necessarily. Like it's just another tool to incentivize players to do specific tasks. You know, it's just another game design tool to encourage players to play the game differently. Like if every game had a fucking Devil May Cry scoring system type beat, like some games would be better for it. Some games would probably be like not as good for it, but more games should have a New Game Plus. Sure, I think that's pretty inoffensive. But I also just don't care about New Game Plus that much. Maybe I'm crazy. Because like usually the New Game Plus part of a game is like just not challenging or like nearly as balanced or interesting as the first playthrough. I guess it gives you something new to like mess around with, so it's not like bad. But I very rarely find New Game Plus enjoyable. I'm down for like an optional hard mode in New Game Plus. I guess, yeah, if you have a way to scale New Game Plus where it's like challenging on top of it, sure. But I still just don't, I don't know. It's usually not nearly as well balanced as the original game. Like I think Dark Souls is a great example. That most people love Dark Souls New Game Plus shit. I just don't. I think the first playthrough is balanced really well. And it's like, do I really need my fucking like Godwin's golden great hammer plus 25 to beat up like the asylum demon and kill him in like 2 hits? No. Even it. Oh, but then if you go to New Game Plus 12, then it becomes challenging again. And it's like, dude, I'm not beating the game 12 times to have a challenge. I'll just play through the game the way it was intended the first time, I think. Either way. We'll go Rune Sword, and I will use my attack potion here. Yeah, I feel like at that point I've been satisfied with my experience and I'm ready to move on to something else. But if you want to add more like ways to play through the game, I don't think it's bad to add a New Game Plus. I'm just the type of gamer who won't interface with that system, personally. It was plus defense potion, but who cares? It wasn't. You're just wrong. That was an attack potion. Definitely an attack potion. I can tell because my attack is plus 17? Wait, no, you're right. Huh? I'm wrong? Yo, my bad. My bad. You got me.
Back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother.
It was red. Wasn't it red? That potion was red. Am I colorblind? Hello? Are these glasses working? Fix it in post. Nah, this whole fucking speedrun was a mistake. What have we learned today? I think all bosses is not a guarantee to be better. I think requiring all bosses and all Vlads right now is my current feelings on it. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Also, this is just me playing through casually. It's not really like I wasn't super optimizing these runs, but I think requiring bosses is a good step in the right direction for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. And if you enjoyed watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and join the live stream, twitch.tv/DragonBlitz, so you can remind me to kill Lesser Demon instead of playing an extra 10 minutes of a seed that I didn't need to. I'll see you in the next one, YouTube. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
So you made it.
Alucard, I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry. 'Tis my fault you had to fight your own father.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let me take a quick break.
Destroying him.
It must have been painful for you.
Grab some more water,
Indeed.
and then
But
we'll
you
be right
must
back.
always remember that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
I understand.
Be
Alucard,
right back.
what will you do now?
The blood that flows in my veins is cursed. 'Twould be best for this world if I were to disappear forever.
I see.
Farewell then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard?
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
No, it's best this way. I can't ease his torment. Someday, perhaps, we will meet again. And on that day, maybe.
I see.
Let's go. Everyone's waiting for us.
Yes. Let's get out of here.
Just like the wind, I've always been drifting high up in the sky that never ends. Through thick and thin, I always win, 'cause I will fight both life and death to save a friend. I face my destiny every day I live, and the best of me is all I have to give. Just like the sun, when my day's done. Sometimes I don't like the person I've become. Is the enemy within our 1,000 men? Should I walk the path my worth so bad I have? Is someone testing me every day I live? Well, the best in me is all I have to give. I can't pretend. I am the way.
I had an idea for a preset idea, or like a change up to the preset. So let's try it. Also had a little bit of a snack to refuel my energy. Let's go for the classic. We all know it. We all love it. We're going for Lycanthrope. There's no way to change Lycanthrope to give you different starting weapons, right? My snack was some cashews. Salted cashews. I'd be cashew maxing for sure. Kirkland Red Bag, yup. You know it. Use my random start script. I could do that. Do I still... You think that should work on 2.10? It probably should. There's no difference, right? The real question is where the fuck I put that shit. Did I put it in this folder? Probably. Yup. There we go. That'll work. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Just go ahead and reset here. Sure. Silverliner sounds fun. So our plan is we're going to go all bosses, all relics, Lycanthrope, and then randomized starting gear and see how that goes. Because I do think in presets where you have faster movement, maybe all bosses, all relics could be okay. You had no idea I like nuts? Brother, you know nothing about me then. I'm not like, not all nuts. I'll say that. Some nuts, too big. Like, walnuts, it's like, it's a messy, you have to have like a fucking thing on you. You have to have a nutcracker. D's? I've never tried D's. Can anyone recommend D's? Pecans or pecan, depending on how you do it. Also, we have to grab the coins. All right, guys, you know what to do. It's been a while. Coconuts are technically not nuts, right? That's like a misnomer. They're like a fruit, almost. Almonds. My issue with almonds is 1, cyanide. 2, they're just like squeaky. Does that make sense? I don't like squeaky almonds. And they get like stuck in your teeth in a weird way. I don't know what it's just like sliced almonds is my preferred way to eat them. I feel like it helps the texture out a lot if they're sliced. Flavor wise, yes, almonds are great. But just like whole almonds, it's just like, and then like the shell gets in your teeth. Ugh. But it's not bad. They're not my favorite.
Tribute? You
Kirkland brand
steal
cashews are
men's
currently my
souls
favorite, though.
And make them your slaves.
Macadamia? When was the last time I had a macadamia? I don't even remember. I think right now it's like cashew, pecan, sliced almonds. Actually, peanuts, like just straight up peanuts, might be above almonds for me. I might even be above fucking cashew or pecans. Pistachio. Same issue with like the shell. It's too much effort for like a nut that's like, it's good. It's fine. It's all right. Yeah, we're talking about nuts. Let me just boot up the seed. Stop jerking you guys around. That's what I'm saying. I love cashews. They're so good. Keep jerking? Well, I guess we do have to wait for this coin flip. Can you guys, like, speed up your gamble already? Once it hits 2 minutes, I'm canceling the gamble. So gamble now. Gamble fast. Gamble hard. I want to do this coin flip so we can start the next seed. Speed it up. Come on. Come on. Gamble complete. And submissions are over. Google.com will decide your fate. It's always Tails. I can't believe you guys still pick anything other than Tails at this point. It's been Tails 100,000 times in a row. Can't believe it. Don't worry, we'll find a karma coin in-game, and those ones aren't biased by the evil CEO of Google.com. There's coin flip tampering. Hey, I'm not Mr. Google. Bring it up with them. Alrighty. They're biased by Konami. It's so true. But Konami loves gambling. That's the thing. Mr. Beast, yeah. Now, Mr. Beast, but he makes his pivot into adult entertainment, and he's now Mr. Breast. Has anyone made this joke before? Anyways. We're still messing around with the new randomizer update and the new settings. This time around, I wanted to try a combination of things that I think could be a lot of fun. We were playing a Lycanthrope seed. However, we're also going to be requiring all bosses and all relics for the seed to be completable. So that's our plan right now, is we're going to require all bosses, all relics, with some faster starting movement to see if that changes the gameplay enough where it'll be fun. Before, we were doing only all bosses as the requirement in these last couple of randomizer seeds. If you missed out on any of those and you want to check them out, feel free to subscribe. You know, I do be uploading every single day, hence why Dragon Blitz Daily. You can also watch live on Dragon Blitz, twitch.tv/DragonBlitz. But yeah, new randomizer update. And the other thing is, Lycanthrope does give us a set starting gear, so I'm going to do a little bit of cheating to give us a different set of starting gear, because I thought it'd be more fun than having the same old, same old. It should be right here and there. Oh, snap. Look at that guy. Look at him go. So this is our starting gear. We have Talisman, that's funny. The purple drip. Hey, my cape was red, now it's not. Oh yeah, I think I have to do this to make sure the game doesn't crash. It probably wouldn't crash, but when you mess around with your items... Yeah, because like the color of the sword was all corrupted and stuff. If you change your items without opening the menu first, it like causes problems, potentially, so... Like, if I spawned in, like, a Marcel, I think that crashes the game. Or anything that tries to spawn, like, entities can crash the game. Something like that. I don't know. Something about science. Wait, we're playing Lycanthrope. Oops. I forgot.
The whole reason to play Lycanthrope. Duh. I was like, yeah, we're going to play this really cool randomizer preset, and then forgets to play the preset. Just plays like a normal fucking randomizer. Wolf movement, Pog. Quissigrim? Well, I mean, like, I wanted different weapons, but I didn't... Am I just blessed? Is this what I get? Like, Jesus has said unto me, you are blessed, my child, for being extra based, wanting to play more Lycanthrope. And honestly, I agree. Lycanthrope's great. Remember when we did a Lycanthrope tournament and nobody complained ever? Everyone loved it and had a grand old time. And then we said we're not allowed to play Lycanthrope anymore. We have to come up with different tournaments. Boo! I think my thought process right now is I kind of want to create... Like, if I were to do a tournament, it wouldn't be anytime soon. But, like, could we create a tournament series where we play through multiple presets? However, they all require all bosses? Or all bosses and all relics? Or all bosses and all Vlads? Or what if it's all bosses and all familiars? Hold on. What if it's all Vlads and all familiars? What if we do like a combo of different like requirements? I'm just saying that with the new randomizer update, the possibilities aren't really endless, but there's more. There's more possibilities now. So who knows? I think all familiars and all Vlads could be interesting. All bosses plus all familiars, and every familiar opens up a warp. The issue is every familiar can't open up a warp because there's only 7 familiars and there's 10 warps. But we're getting close. We're very close. Also, where's my mana? Oh, it's because I got poisoned. I didn't regen my mana. Hold on, let's lock in real quick. I'm not really thinking of speed and fast. Can we turn on fast mode, please? We need all relics. I was thinking 5 familiars, 5 warps. If it opens both warps in both castles, how does that change the routing? That could be interesting. Unironically, I think you're onto something, Weecock. Although at that point, it doesn't need to be familiars. It could be it could be Vlads at that point. But the question is, are you still allowing players to find... I'm just going to keep going. Find, like, unlock the warps normally? Or is it they're only unlocked via those relics? Because that could make things annoying. If it's like you can get extra warps opened. Yeah, if warps work normally plus they're unlocked via familiars, that could be interesting for sure. I probably need a little bit more juice to skip, what's his name? This is the fun part about Doppelganger, is he's still skippable even in all bosses. Because he's, like, not a functioning boss in the game's code, kind of. Because, like, if you kill Doppelganger 40, it counts as killing Doppelganger 10 at the same exact time. Because that's fun. If you guys saw my reverse boss order speedrun in, or at GDQ, I discuss it more there. Speaking of, do we know when the game list for GDQ is getting announced? Life's been crazy for me, so I've not been keeping up with it at all. Any knowers? They probably have it announced somewhere. Also, I think we're skipping library here. Yeah, let's skip library. We'll go dinner dog route. Also, we did a mana refill glitch right there. I'm going to jail. Beep, 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 beep. Could be set up for behind bosses, kind of auto into all bosses. Like, yes, kind of, but like not exactly. I think if you add, funny enough, I think if you add more requirements, it forces people to do more of the game. Therefore, the win condition of skip everything except for the 5 Vlads is not viable. Or not as viable, so people won't do it. So therefore... all relics, no? What did I leave? Am I stupid? What did I just skip? What was there? It was vanilla? Fire of Bat? I just checked it. Hold on. The gas leak is happening. Hold on. I'm sorry. I checked it. Did I not? Are you gaslighting me? It's vanilla? I thought it was nothing. My brain literally was like, there's no relic there. Move on. That's insane. You know what it is? It's because it wasn't randomized, and that threw me for a loop. Because when you're playing a randomizer, you don't expect for the randomizer to not randomize the random thing. My brain just completely wiped it from my memory. Yeah, that would have been really annoying later on for me to just like be like, what? Where's the relics? What the hell is circular is a fair card doing in here? Hold on. Which one of you renamed yourselves to We're not bringing up Yu-Gi-Oh again. We talk about Yu-Gi-Oh too goddamn much for somebody who refuses to play it on stream. Which one of you did this? I'm joking. I'll grab the attack potion. Okay, that's a boss down. We have more relics. So as long as I don't forget Lesser Demon, we're fine, Copium. I just like to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm so sorry for your loss. Whoa! I will grab these, because I can. And they're fun. I think I should refill my MP, yeah. Look, as somebody who is also... I have Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards coming in the mail. I can't... As much as I blame the beast, I also... I claim to criticize society, and yet I engage in it. Curious, etc., etc. You guys know the meme. I'm very smart. On the bright side, I only buy secondhand, so Konami's not getting any of my money, which is pretty epic. What the hell? I'm trying to go fast here, please. Thank you. I forgot all of the lycanthrope tech. I'm moving like a slug through sludge. Also, we go back, we do castle entrance now? You ever think Vlad's eyes need glasses? Dude, speaking of, my vision's getting worse. I've noticed I used to be able to like be completely fine reading small text from my desk without my glasses on. Now I can't. My vision's getting worse. Fucking thing sucks, man. What do you mean my eyeballs are going to continue to get worse for the rest of my life forever? Unless I have some sort of, like, procedure done. That's not fair. Gotta get new eyes. That's what I'm saying. The eyes of Vlad, perhaps? Hold on. Let cook. Time to get a new prescription. No, that's not the issue. The issue isn't the new prescription. Because the prescription works. It's that my vision is encroaching. Like, my farsightedness is now encroaching nearer and nearer. Is that the correct way to describe it? See you later, River Pudding. Because, like, my glasses work perfectly fine at all ranges. It's that the range in which I need my glasses is now shrinking. Dude, I used to have 20/20 vision until fucking COVID, unironically. Sometime during lockdown, I didn't realize it at the time because everything was, like, indoors. But my vision started to go. And I was like, damn, why are my eyes not adjusting to being outside? And it turns out, oh no, it's because I need glasses now. Fucking sucks. Range shrink happens when you're in a cold pool. That's what I'm saying. No. It's not normally like this. It's 2025. You can't have 20/20 vision. Oh, so true. Hold on. That's how I was. Sharky. That's how I was. I was like, oh, everybody in my family, they all wear glasses. Somehow I avoided it. My ass turns 26. All of a sudden I need glasses. I'm like, what the fuck? I went the entirety of grade school, high school. No glasses. I was big chilling. All of a sudden now I need glasses. This sucks. Yeah, I'm not 26. I think enough people know my age. I just don't flaunt it. Because I don't like making everybody... Because this community is a bit of a retirement home, let's be honest. I don't like to make people too self-conscious. You look great for your age. You don't even know what the age is. What does that... Wait, hold on. How does that mean? How does that mean anything? You look great for your age, but we don't know what it is. How do glasses even work? Dude, that's what I'm saying. Magnets, glasses, fucking computers. How do you computer? Computer, how to computer? Look, I'll take the compliment. Fuck, man. I'll be 39 this year. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, happy birthday. Congrats. It's all computer. Yeah, like there's a huge difference between trying to read chat with and without my glasses. It's not looking good. I might just be a glasses streamer now, which fucking sucks. Vision maxing, that's what I'm saying, dude. Leapstone. I'm old as shit. I'm 35. Jeez. Yeah, imagine being 35. Couldn't be me in a few years or whatever. Look, we're all here to watch a stream of a guy play Symphony of the Night. We have to be old, or we somehow stumble upon this via the YouTube algorithm. And sometimes both. All rocks now? I think we all rocks it up. I'm 35 and I wear Kirkland brand joggers. Hell yeah. Actually, hold on. That's goals for me. Unironically. I'm hoping to be there soon. Am I the retirement home? Everyone's younger than me. This community is a retirement home. I hate to break it to you. It just is what it is. I'm actually enjoying the process of playing through this whilst also knowing that I need to kill all the bosses and collect all the relics. If this is a retirement home, does that mean I can retire? Oh, heavens, no. No. Because that means that you're like, you still have to work until you die, forever and ever. It's like the concept of a retirement home, where it's like you're around old people. That's basically it. Don't get ahead of yourself. Those Kirkland pants are comfortable. That's what I'm saying, dude. Till you die, smiley face. Time for my nap. Dude, I feel you, Opal. I feel you. The issue is like I'm not that old, but I have always had a complex about enjoying older stuff, but now it's getting to the point where I'm just now becoming old. And it's like not, it's just more appropriate, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, my ass definitely did not grow up in an era in which I'm like, yeah, I should be super into 90s grunge because that shit happened before I was born. But my ass was in fucking middle school like, nah, dude, 90s grunge is kind of lit. Hold on. I should not have... I don't want to say old soul because that shit sounds cringy as hell, but unfortunately, I think that is just accurate. My ass played Symphony of the Night, a game that came out when I was barely born. Listening to fucking Smells Like Teen Spirit. Skibbity makes no sense to me. The problem is that Skibbity's old, man. Skibbity is not the term that the youth is using anymore. The cultural zeitgeist moves too fast. Music instructor said to me he remembers the day Titanic came out. Had to remind him that was over 30 years ago. You didn't have to remind him. Hold on. Stop bullying the old people. Be nice to them. That's going to be you one day. You had to remind him. Come on. Fucking... Dude, I was such an asshole to my music instructor in high school. It was rough. I'm going to be honest. I feel bad thinking about it now. Okay, so we are done in the first castle as soon as we kill Lesser Demon and Hippogriff. Except we still need to find stuff that's locked behind Mist, so we're gonna have to come back later. So maybe we don't kill Lesser Demon now and we save it for later. I'm liking the routing here. We get to do a full library skip, I think. And it's maybe even optimal. It was 1997. It wasn't over 30 years ago. It's getting close. It's getting close. No, it was only 27 years ago. Yeah, you're not going to win that argument, unfortunately. Not even 28. Fuck. Christ. My back is turning into dust. Oh, we have to come back anyways because of Jewel of Open, perhaps? Either way, let's go second castle and see what happens. What's the phrase? Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore the stars. Born just in time to avoid selling myself into the moisture wars or whatever. Selling my body to the moisture mines. Look, you can make fun of us all you want for being old. But, no, I was going to be really mean about the state of the future and how fucked it is, but it's like, it's not even funny, man. Anyways. Well, the moisture mines we're all going to be working in it once there's no more potable water due to both climate change and pollution. So either we will be working in the moisture mines to get any last bit of, like, potable water out of the rocks. Or we'll, you know, die or whatever. The 90s were better. Eh. 90s were chill, but also not.
Oh Lord, he's coming!
At the same time.
He's coming! What do I do? Help! Help!
You know, 24 years. Mortal Demon, thank you. Thank you. That Dread playthrough was a great watch. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We had fun. I actually really like Dread. I had a couple of people in the comments of that video. I think it was only one person, actually. Try and be like, actually, Dread was bad because these reasons. Also, a lot of people told me that I just misremembered the progression of Fusion, which is fair. At the start of the video, I claimed that I played Fusion like over 10 years ago. So I just forgot that in Metroid Fusion, you get Wave Beam last. Apparently. And I was like, damn, Wave Beam last? That's surprising. And then everyone's like, actually, that's not very surprising at all. The same thing happened in Fusion. And I was like, oh, I just didn't remember. My bad. Either way, Dread was great. I can understand why some people didn't like it. If you thought that it was like too fan servicey or something, I don't know, but I made that YouTube it wasn't just you. A couple of people pointed it out, which is fine. I just didn't remember. It's not like invalid to point out the fact that, like, you know, extra context, it was actually like that in Fusion, which then, you know, doesn't change my feelings about the game because I still like the game a lot, but it does put things into perspective that it really does feel like Dread is a big extension of Metroid Fusion, which is not a bad thing because Fusion's good. It's just a more open Fusion in a way. But not by a whole lot. It's not nearly as open as like Super Metroid or whatever. Also, some people were like upset, I guess, or maybe like didn't understand why I was comparing the game to Super Metroid all the time. And I'm kind of like, are you stupid? Why wouldn't I compare the game to Super Metroid? The game that is the reason why Metroid is the way that it is. What? Actually, Nestroid is the reason that you could... We don't talk about Nestroid. We don't talk about Nestroid. That game's not real. Not a real video game. But it's like Super Metroid is the most influential Metroidvania of all time. More influential than SotN. Whether we like it or not. But I think it's important to use Super Metroid as a measuring stick.
Today is International Bat Appreciation Day.
Is it? Then why the fuck do I not have Soul of Bat? This should be illegal. We're not appreciating Bat today, guys. Can I get a Bat chest in the chat? Spam your favorite bat emotes. Well, but yeah, I think it's very fair to bring up Super Metroid in a video game that is heavily inspired by Super Metroid because it's a fucking Metroid game. Like, of course I'm going to compare it to Super Metroid. What do you mean? Like, what? Yeah, it's like comparing Bloodstained to SotN. Oh yeah, the people that made this other game made a new game? I don't know, man. It's like, am I smoking that shit that makes you stupid? And also, am I incorrect? Are we all a Metroid game? We could only be so lucky. Why did that do 17 damage? It's too easy and the controls are kind of eh. Is Super Metroid too easy? Is that like a... I would argue that it's actually relatively difficult. Maybe it's easy compared to... like Nestroid or some shit, or like another video game that's bad. No, Super Metroid is way harder than SotN for sure. I don't think it's easy though. Maybe if you're comparing it to like the bullshit NES and Super Nintendo era of games where like games are hard but not because of like intentional reasons, it's mostly because they were designed like shit. Yeah, SotN's a very easy video game. You just find the difficulty in Dread Infusion much better. I think Super Metroid is a very simple difficulty, which is your skills and items directly link to more power, which then makes it easier to spam missiles, essentially, or utilize the tools that are given to you. But I think it's done so in a way that like is very good. Like Fusion and Dread, they give you stuff not because it necessarily makes the game easier, but because it unlocks the next door that you need. Super Metroid gives you stuff that both unlocks the next door, but also makes the game easier. If that makes sense. And don't get me wrong, getting more missiles makes the game easier in other Metroid games too, but I don't know, maybe I would probably need to think through my opinion a little bit more in depth to give it more nuance. But to me, it feels like Super Metroid is an open enough game such that you want to explore because exploration leads to not just the thing you need, but the thing that helps you survive. I think the main issue also is just that once you get Varia Suit, damage is halved. Maybe might be the issue. And then after you get Varia Suit, the game becomes very easy. But I think the difficulty also comes into the realm of just navigating the world. And knowing what to do versus, like, enemies and bosses. But that's like a lot of games. A lot of games come down to knowledge checks. Nice. Whoa. Yeah, Symphony of the Night, I think it shares a similar point of view. Fire Elements. Where it's not a one-to-one. Symphony of the Night is objectively an easier game from a technical standpoint. But the game is way easier once you have enough experience with the game. And Super Metroid is also a lot easier once you know what you're doing. I like the boss fights in Dread for the most part. I'm trying to think if there was... The only annoying ones were the reused, like, Chozo warrior guys were a little annoying. I didn't like how many reused bosses there were. But at the very least, they were like different every time. Yeah, SotN was intentionally changed to be easier, at the very least. Like, that's an intentional difficulty change compared to other Castlevanias. But that's because other Castlevanias were, like, baby-destroying, nut-crushing difficulty in general. Yeah, I had a lot of people telling me about the Shine Spark thing versus that one boss. After I killed it, obviously, but... Yeah, you're not the first person, I think, to bring up that SAX maybe did the job of Emmys a little bit better. But I think the issue is that obviously SAX can't come back for Dread, number one. And number two, the thing that you can't do with SAX is kill it over and over again, if that makes sense. Like, they wanted the Emmys to be a recurring, evolving difficulty thing that led to a sequence of killing them and then getting a new upgrade, which you couldn't really do with SAX. I will say the Emmys were not scary, but they were frustrating. But I think ultimately they served their purpose of being a emotionally active part of the game. They made me feel something, that's for sure. And then it felt great to fucking blast their ass with a giant ass laser cannon because they pissed me off. Again, I think that they were going for a different design philosophy where SAX was you had no recourse, you just had to run until you grabbed ice, I think it was, ice missiles. Whereas the Emmys were meant to be a repeatable encounter such that you go through the same motions with slightly different like environments and all of that shit. And then at the end of that sequence, you get an upgrade, which like they could have designed SAX in a way to do that, but like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's like they serve two different purposes, but we're also somewhat similar in design. So I'm not like I'll agree SAX was more emotionally impactful, but from a design perspective, I understand why they didn't just copy paste SAX, basically. I don't think it would have been lame. It would have been maybe a little fan servicey. But like every game brings back Kraid and Ridley for the most part. Actually, we didn't see Ridley at all in Dread. Me smoking that shit that doesn't make sense. How does Kraid keep coming back then? Either way, it could have been done. They could have made some hand-wavy thing to give you a reason to point and be like, oh, SAX is back. Oh my God. But yeah, it's just a different perspective and a different, like, similar execution, but ends up being different for many reasons. But yeah, I think Emmys were meant to serve a different purpose of being a repeatable encounter that feels like a briefer experience of the SAX, where the SAX was like stalking you throughout the game, instead of breaking that up into multiple different like Emmy encounters that could reiterate and like or just iterate on the idea of getting chased. And each time they give them different techniques or different moves or different environments, and then you get a reward at the end of it. Feels different than what SAX was trying to do. Also, we don't have a library card, do we? So we're going to end on the warp. This is neat. So I have to kill the other bosses before going back, so let's grab the warp at the end. Warp. We'll go back this way. But I do appreciate like talking game design in general, and that's one of those things that I think is really fun about playing new games on stream, especially from like a casual perspective, because I don't think I'm unique or like overly insightful or anything like that, but I do have a perspective that I like sharing about game design and how those things affect players in different moments and stuff like that. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about gaming, is being able to go in depth on some of that stuff. I should kill Doo-Doo Ass first and then come back for Trio, unironically. And the other thing that's fun about game design discussion stuff is that like everybody obviously can have their own perspective, and it's not like one is more valid than any other, because a lot of it comes down to like how you experienced the game and like different previous experiences that you've had either within the franchise or within a genre. You know what I mean? Like if I played a like new indie survival horror game, something like a Crow Country, right? I don't have a lot of survivor horror. I'm so terrible at saying that fucking phrase. Survival horror. I don't have a lot of experience in that genre, such that me playing through Crow Country, I'd probably miss a lot of the like tropes and stuff like that, and I'd be like, oh, that's really unique or interesting. Huh. That's like a cool gameplay moment. And it turns out like fucking Silent Hill's been doing that shit since like 2001. Oh, he's coming. Yo, Epic. How you been, dude?
What do I do? Help!
Thank you for the 48 months. I hope you've been well, my mans. Alive mostly. I feel that, man. I feel that. That's like honestly for a lot of people best case scenario. Right now. So now we do Trio, then we warp back, then we do Caverns. Go from there. Ah! I missed the hole. I swear this never happens. I'm sorry, wrong hole. Don't you just hate when that happens, fellas? I went in the wrong hole. What can I say? They're right next to each other. Like, what do you want from me? Alrighty. So now, oops. For those that weren't here earlier or don't remember, our game plan for this seed is we need to kill all the bosses and collect all the relics before the final area is going to open up. Which is why I'm using this warp to go back to the first castle, where I am. I actually like routing this way. It's pretty interesting. We'll go this way. Is that how it works, Doozy? You don't know what you got till it's gone type shit? You probably don't have to wait 30 years for another Metroid game, let's be real. So now we just want to do caverns, yeah? Sure. Metroid game where the plot twist is that you're the SAX. That could be funny. And by funny, I mean, that could be interesting. I'm sure somebody's thrown that idea around somewhere at Nintendo while they were swimming in their Switch 2 money. These idiots are going to buy the games for $80. Oh, by the way, do you think we should work on that Metroid idea? We told him it was because of the tariffs, but those weren't even implemented yet. We're actually going to raise the price again. And then blame the tariffs again. Now, whether or not that's valid, you know, I'm no economist. I don't know. Rip another YouTube vid? Listen. As games get easier to make, are they easier? Is that a true fact? Maybe for Nintendo, do we know that it's easier for Nintendo to make games? I don't disagree with the statement outright, but I am just a little skeptical. But I could maybe see it if there's evidence to point in that direction. Please be a library card. Thank you. All right, now we're golden. It could be something else. Some of it could be something else. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm thinking, Fire Elements, is that dev teams have definitely got... Well, we don't know how Nintendo does their shit, though. That's the thing. Do we know Nintendo's development process, like, at all? Because, like, I assume they probably work similarly to other, like, teams and other, shit like that. But do they actually? We don't know if Nintendo has, like, their own little wacky, wild world of game development for first party, at least. They hired the Halo team for Prime 4. That is true. I don't know. Count the number of names in the credits. Damn, wait, hold on a second. That seems like a surefire way to actually figure that shit out. I'm stupid for not realizing that. Simply count the names in the credits, stupid. What do you mean? Unless there's people that are under or over credited, but I imagine that doesn't make up for a very large percentage of the people on those teams. That's probably pretty accurate. Yeah, this guy might be onto something. Bat card before Soul of Bat feels Batman. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I've come to terms with the fact that I'm not buying a Switch 2 on launch. But I probably won't even, like, unless that FromSoft game is actually like fucking crack cocaine, I'm probably not buying a Switch 2 at all. And now that I know that what is it, Duskbloods is an extraction shooter, I don't know if I'm gonna buy it. TBH. I'm sure it'll be good, but like, is it good enough to buy a $450 system? I don't think so. If it was a single player type like experience, Bloodborne type experience, I'd be like, sure, take my money, whatever. But I don't know if I could do it for a fucking extraction shooter, man. Even if it's the best extraction shooter to ever happen. Why not just buy crack cocaine at that point? It probably would be cheaper, yeah. My thing with the Switch 2 is that, like, I seen this idea floating around online, and I'd never heard it articulated until I was watching a streamer, and a chatter of all people brought up the idea that, like, the Switch is a really interesting idea, but it unfortunately fails in some regard in being both a console and a portable. Because it's not that great as, like, a portable system. And it's also not that great as a console, so it's kind of like mid at both. But I think the novelty of being the first and it being a Nintendo console made it stand out a lot at the time. To find fail, to me, it's not nearly as appealing as having a more powerful console or having a dedicated handheld. If it was one of those two things, I feel like it would have been more appealing to me personally. But I'm somebody who didn't like the Switch, the original Switch, that much. Like, I bought it for Mario Odyssey and, like, Breath of the Wild, and I played those games, and I'm like, yeah, these are fun. But if they were on, like, a dedicated console that ran better, I'd probably be happier. Or if they were on a dedicated handheld, such that they were designed around being a handheld, I probably would have liked them better. But it unfortunately kind of sits in the middle where the games are not handheld games. So they're not designed in that way. They're designed to be console games, but the console is too weak. That was a karma coin. I have to go back for it. Yep. So that's probably my biggest complaint about the Switch one, is that it just feels a little too in between. Like, I would have liked it better if it was a dedicated handheld or dedicated console, but the fact it succeeded... The reason why it succeeded is because it was neither of those things. I don't know if Switch 2 will continue to keep its market share, though. That's one of those things that I wonder about. And, like, the Switch 1 games there weren't that many that I cared about, unfortunately. I'm sure there are good Switch 1 games, but how many are must-buys from you guys' perspective? Like, less than 10, from my perspective, at least. Fortnite's a must-buy, for sure. I don't know. Less than 10, but I like offbeat games. I guess that's also fair for me as well, because I don't play that many games in general. So it's very hard for me to be the standard here. But I'm just giving my perspective, you know? Now we library card, because we've cleared this area. Metroid Prime Remaster is really good. Yeah, but, like, I guess that's fair. But, like, am I really going out of my way
I'm interested in this.
for a thing like that? Also, we don't have Mist?
I'm interested in this.
Mermaid statue was in here the whole time? Oh, fuck. That's bad for us.
Thank you.
Damn, our routes... Dude, the one time that we get to skip
Farewell for now.
fucking, library, it bites us in the ass. Oh, well. How's the rivalry with DB Daily? That guy is stinky and stupid and smells bad. This is true facts. So I think that has to be Mist, or Mist is up here. What the fuck? That's annoying. That this is... Oh! That's Mist, which then leads to Bat? Wait. How does this get to complexity 8? I guess Bat is the second to last thing? That's weird. Huh. Otherwise, hassle to set up old console on modern TVs. That is true. Thankfully, Dolphin is a very good emulator, but... It'd be so funny if during this segment of DB Daily, I 80-yard good things about DB Daily instead. That would be funny. A lot of effort, but funny. That was a great game too. That's what I'm saying, man. I can understand why people didn't like Dread, but also I think it's good. It feels fun to play. The exploration aspect is pretty good. It's like, it didn't blow me away in a like where I'm like, dude, Metroidvanias are changed forever. It was more so I was like, damn, yeah, it's been a while since I played like a fresh new Metroid game. It felt like a fresh new Metroid game. Red map was small. I'm actually okay with that, though. And small compared to what? I think Metroidvania should worry about having smaller maps instead of bigger ones. Like Bloodstained, that map is too fucking big. Also, if the map was much bigger, we would probably be annoyed, I feel like. Also, I thought I had another library card. Fuck. Yeah, I am in the camp that modern Metroidvanias, especially like indie ones, I'm mostly talking about Bloodstained and Hollow Knight in this regard. The maps are just too big. I actually recently had to boot up Hollow Knight to get some clips for the video I'm working on, and I had to go from one end of the map to another. And yes, there's a fast travel system, but like I had to go like through maybe 30% of the map because there was no fast travel system from where I was to get to a fast travel part of the map. And I'm like, damn, this shit's way too fucking big. Do I think Time Spinner was too big? No. But that game was beaten in like, what, 6 hours? My complaint is, why are all the newer 2D Metroidvania Souls-likes? Dark Souls is probably the most influential video game ever made, is the reason why. For better or worse. Hollow Knight was almost egregious. The thing is I don't want to go back and play Hollow Knight again, I don't think, because the game is too big. I enjoyed my, like, nearly 100% playthrough. The only thing I didn't do was the final, God Home fucking DLC thing. The final, Pantheon. Well, I think the Soulsification of games is dying down because most people realized, unless you're Lies of P, your ass is not making a FromSoft level Souls game. It's more so less that they're dying down, more that they're less bad. The ones that do come out are less bad, and people are catching up to FromSoft's level of design. But like, some mechanics I do think are annoying when they're fit into Metroidvanias. I think the real issue is we don't have enough Metroidvania variety. There are only 3 types of Metroidvanias. There is Castlevanias, Metroids, and fucking now Dark Souls. Those are your only options. And like, I'll be honest. I feel like we could still make new ones. Well, people don't make Metroidvanias because they're very difficult to make, and you're probably better off sticking to a more simple genre if you're an indie creator, or if you're a AAA developer, you're better off just making like 3D open world, fucking microtransaction, battle royale, whatever. So like AAA developers have no reason to make Metroidvanias. So it's up to indies to make Metroidvanias, or for Nintendo to realize they have a Metroid IP that they could make games for. And, I mean, Konami's never making another Castlevania game, let's be real. And so when indies come up to the plate to make Metroidvanias, no offense to any indie developers or anything like that, most of the time they make very solid games, but they're not new, if that makes sense. Very rarely do they come out with like brand new concepts that blow me away. But I also don't play that many of them because most of the time they end up not being like worth the time, to be honest. Some of them are very cool and interesting and unique, but again, it's nothing that's going to bring the genre back by any means outside of the bubble that it's already in. Which is fine. It's allowed to be in its bubble. It's just a little annoying that like the hotness was make Dark Souls but in 2 dimensions for the last like 10 years. There is a boss tracker. I just don't have it up. I need to download it and stuff. The Karma Coin's still real. I usually hold on to the Karma Coin gambles for quite a while, unless I find another one. TLN is cool, but too short. What is TLN? This is a D's Nuts joke? If you hit me with a D's Nuts joke out of that, then you deserve it. You win. Oh, Toho Luna Nights. I haven't seen it abbreviated like that. Yeah, no, Toho Luna Nights is great. In fact, I think if you're going to make a Metroidvania as an indie game, I think you're better off making a smaller game in general. Like, I'd rather a Metroidvania be too short than too long. If that makes sense. Like, you could argue that it's like, oh, but I spent $15 on this game. It should be 100-hour long to 100% or something. And I'm kind of like, nah, I'd rather just have like a solid like 5 to 10 hour experience that like feels good and is fun and interesting the whole way through, and I don't get tired or bored. Team Ladybug has kind of cracked the code. Unfortunately, I haven't played their newest game though yet, and like I haven't seen a lot of people talking about it. And I do think part of the issue is that it's not tied to another IP. Unfortunately, it feels like I think that's an original IP of theirs, so it's gotten a lot less coverage and press because of it. You really like the game? That's good. I've heard good things about it. I just haven't seen press about it, if that makes sense. But maybe I should check out the Steam page to see if it's like rated differently at all compared to their other games. Because I don't have the actual data points. It's just vibes for me. And I might just be out of the loop. But Toho Luna Nights and Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth are both games of theirs that they made that I really enjoyed, so. So Blade Chimera might be another one too, so. Gal Guardian? What the fuck is Gal Guardian again? Is that the game that they changed the name of? After like a month? Team Ladybug is the studio that makes a lot of good Metroidvanias. They're short though. They are shorter experiences, usually like 6 to 10 hours. Yeah, it used to be Grim Guardians. I tried playing that game and it felt like Bloodstained, the 2D one, the 2D sprite based one. What the fuck was it? Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. It felt like Bloodstained, but like horny and anime, which is fine, but like just wasn't for me. It's always Tails. How many times do I have to tell you guys? It's literally always Tails. Inti Creates makes good 2D games, for sure. But that one, I just couldn't, like, it felt like it wasn't trying anything new, if that makes sense. It felt like a horny version of a game that I had already played, which is fine, I guess. It's whatever. You voted heads to stimulate the economy? It needs stimulating right now. That's for sure. Are we talking about the same game? Yeah. Right? Let me find it.
Go back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more. How?
Yeah.
How?
This
how
one.
is it that I've been so defeated?
This one. I played it when it was when it had its first release, before it changed its name or whatever.
Profit is it to a man?
And like
If he gains the world
it's cool. I enjoyed it. It feels like a 2D,
Matthews.
like a Castlevania. It feels like a classic Vania with the Inti Creates style on it. And in fact, it feels a lot like Curse of the Moon, because Inti Creates made Curse of the Moon. So it feels like I'm playing Curse of the Moon again. It's just, you know, with horny anime aesthetics. This might not feel like horny anime aesthetics, but, you know, they're in there, trust me. They're in there.
She also said to tell you that she would love you for all.
Anime is also inherently horny. Hot take. I said that, but I don't actually believe that. I'm just saying that to make people mad. Did you get mad? Did you post a comment immediately? Let me know in the comments below. Join the live stream, twitch.tv/DragonBlitz. Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And I'll see you in the next one, guys. See you later. Bye-bye. Still waiting for the Soul of Darkness full Metroidvania? Yes. There are too many hentai Metroidvanias? Wait, where? I might need to look those up for research. We're looking for new Metroidvanias to play, guys. What do you mean, too many? What are they called so I can accurately avoid them? That's what I'm saying, guys. That's gross, disgust. I would never play one of those. Tell me all of them, and can I get like a PDF and also a link to their Steam page so I can actively avoid them? Alrighty, y'all. I was gonna play Mega Man X today, but I think I'm gonna save that for probably tomorrow.
So you made it.
The new Gal Guardians is a Metroidvania instead of classic Vania,
Glad you're all right.
but I think it's not as good as the first game. Interesting.
Tis my fault you had to.
Thanks for hanging out tonight, guys.
Fear not.
Yeah, Mega Man Sex will be happening tomorrow. I fucking yelled too much today and my voice is gone. So me having to do an entire playthrough with commentary sounds pretty rough right now because I know it's going to take me like 2 hours. So I'm going to save it for tomorrow. I'm going to rest my voice and I'll see you guys then. I'm hoping to start streaming again more regularly whilst still trying to do some video editing on the side. But I do want my video to come out soon. So it's coming out this month no matter what. If that means I have to do crunch time at the end of the month, I will. But yeah.
Alucard,
The video's coming out in April no matter what, or else I will jump into the void. So
it's best this way.
see you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye. It's funny you're on stream.
And on that day,
Always has been.
maybe.
See you next time. Bye.